All right, guys. SPY at 407s. We pulled back a little bit. I was actually right about it. Eastern Standard Time is when the data comes out. We got a few hours. All right, guys, in our Discord, it looks like we had another fake pawn that joined. I'm going to add everybody so people see it. But yeah, it looks like we had another fake pawn that joined our Discord. So yeah, nobody's ever going to message you on our Discord asking you to join the link. Hey, what's up, Beach? What's up, D4? So yeah, guys, today, let's do a poll like we always do. Poll. Bullish or bearish on today's non-farm payroll and unemployment data? Vote on that poll. You see the Dixie's actually starting to drop. This should cause a positive effect on markets if they're following each other inversely. So we'll see if they do. What's up, D4? Beach, DS, K. Also going to do our Twitter poll as we always do here. I saw AMC start to rip yesterday. We are in AMC. This is one of our only holdings now. It might be our only holding. We cut Disney yesterday. Looks like it was the right move. Yeah, AMC's the only thing we're holding. Now we're green in that one too. SPY looked like crap yesterday again, you know. SPY just didn't do anything again, man. I don't know if the music's too loud. It's a little loud in my head, my ears. Turn it down a little bit. It's just a little bit too loud for me. All right, you see the Dixie starting to fall down. All right, guys. So SPY's at the 200 moving average. It's under the volume weighted average price. You see AMC's actually up to 840s here. We're holding a little piece of this, slightly green in the trade. The dollar index has been breaking down most of the morning here. You can kind of see that right there. Our Discord, hey, what's up, man? Hey, good morning. Yeah, y'all do me a favor, hit the live button as you join the stream. We got some Echo releases today at 8:30. Y'all be ready. Super Bear in the house. What's up, Joe? Hey, what's up, Wild West? What's up, John G? Sick, D4, DS, Beach, K, DS, Sack, Digital. What's up, guys? Morning from the UK. Just wanted to say that those streams around data releases from you are super helpful. Thank you for that. Hey, thank you, man. We appreciate it. Yeah, guys, today we have average hourly earnings, government payrolls, manufacturing payrolls, non-farm payrolls, participation rate, unemployment rate for November. And yeah, that's mostly it. We've got European PPI that just dropped this morning. It came in at 30.8%, 30.8% for year-over-year PPI. Versus 31.5% expectations, which means it was lower than expected, which is positive for inflationary problems. Month over month, it came in at 2.9%, minus 2.9%, which is much less than minus 2%. So minus 2.9% is a greater minus than 2%, which means that it was positive again. So positive European PPI data, which is producer inflation. It's producer price index is what PPI stands for. It stands for seller inflation, while CPI is a gauge on buyer inflation. PPI is a gauge on seller inflation. And so in that regard, this means that prices are down in Europe for sellers, which is a great sign, again, for combating inflation. It's good news. Again, a lot of stuff's going to depend on the payroll numbers today. The unemployment rate numbers that dropped 3.7% is what's expected for the unemployment rate. Again, 3.7% is what's expected here. For non-farm, expectations for payroll numbers are 200,000. And so, again, it might be something where more payroll numbers than expected is bad for markets and causes a negative reaction. And unemployment rate, we kind of want to see it go up. I'm not saying I want it to go up, but the market's going to want to see it go up because that's going to mean less spending, less free spending. That's the nuance of the market right now. Yeah, y'all hit the like button. We appreciate it. How's Bitcoin doing today? Bitcoin still slightly under 17K. Oh, man. All right, so the data is released at 8:30 this morning. We will drop the data live here as soon as it is released, as well as watch the market reaction. Starting to head up. AMC at 840s here. We got the Dixie at 104.40s. We've got the SPY at 407s. AMC started to move up. We are holding AMC. Hopefully it makes some moves here. Vote on the poll. We're also going to do our Twitter poll. All right, guys. So again, we're gonna do our Twitter poll as we always do. Do me a favor, hit the like button. We got about 100 people here already. Not even 6:30 yet. So hey, what's up, guys? Hope you guys are doing good. We're gonna do a Twitter poll, bullish or bearish on today's non-farm and unemployment rate data. Drops in about 3 hours, two and a half hours, really. All right, AMC still pumping up. Dollar index still moving down. You can see the SPY. Again, I still think, like I said this yesterday. So yesterday at like 8:30 market time. I said it once. I'll say it again. I think we're a little bit extended on the upside now. And if we look at where we called that out yesterday, we called that out way up here. I still think we might be a little bit extended here. Let me find that. There it is. Okay, so I called that out like right here. Right around here, I said, hey, I think we're a little bit extended. I said, look, right around there, I said we're extended. And sure enough, if we look at what happens, if we zoom out since then, there we go. If we zoom out since then, we are down pretty dramatically. There's the level right there, and you can kind of see what happened at the opening bell. I'm not going to say I told you guys so, but, kind of did. You can see we kind of dropped pretty substantially since I called that out. Now, I still think we're a little bit extended here. We're at 406s now. So we've dropped from about 410s to 406s. I don't know if we're still extended. Let me know what you guys think. Do you guys think we're still extended up there, or do you think we'll go up today? All right, guys. So, yeah, we're at 407s, under 407s right now. Hey, what's up, Rambo? What's up, Liv? I think up because market holds the gains from day before. There's got to be a recoil today. Feels like if there's good news, we will definitely go up. What's up, Jose? Josue. Innuendo. Need to go to work. The carousel I will miss. We got about 2.5 hours. 2 hours, really. It's 6:30 right now, but data drops at 8:30, so we got 2 hours. Yeah, what's up, Dennis? Wait, did Kanye get banned from Twitter again? Did he really? Already, bro? Wow. He got banned again, dude. That's kind of crazy, man. Somebody explain to me what happened, dude. Wow. Expectation numbers here are for non-pharma expectations are for 200K. Unemployment rate expectations are for 3.7%. Higher than expected non-farm payroll numbers will make the market go down. Higher than expected unemployment will probably make the market go up. I'm not 100% sure, though. Like, I completely missed everything about this. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't watch any of that stuff, bro. Yeah, I'm kind of reading about everything going on with Twitter right now, so bear with me. SPY back up to 407.10s. We got the Dixie down at 104.40s. We have the AMC all the way ripping up here. And again, we are at AMC small. It's the only actual swing trade holding we are, but it's actually kind of nice because we've been green on every swing trade we've gotten into lately for the most part, right? This will make it another green trade, you know, so we can cut it here. I guess I'll sit on it. I don't know what I want to do with AMC. What do you guys think I should do with AMC? Let me know. Yeah, Kanye. I mean, listen. I know people are going to defend him, and like, I get it. And I'm not really the most political guy, but if you're kind of like, I don't even want to talk about it. It's just bad decision on Kanye's part. That's all I'll say. You know, I don't even know what else to say. I don't understand how he could ever imagine that what he's saying could be correct. You know, it's crazy. But I guess we already knew that. You know. Anyways, AMC up to 840s. We got the Dixie at 104.40s. We got the SPY at 407s. I wonder when they're going to plan to take Twitter public again is the real question. $10 AMC calls for next week. That's a risk. Yeah. I don't think he should be paying that much in child support. I think the Kardashians make bank. They don't need that. I do disagree with that, but I certainly also disagree with what he's saying. Like, he's saying some ridiculous stuff, you know. AMC at 840s. We got the SPY at 407s. We've got the Dixie at 104s. All right, guys. So yeah, so let's see if we hold. Here's the 200 moving average on the SPY. Is the music good? Is the music at a reasonable level? Hodl. Yeah, I'm holding. Yeah, 100%, Joe. 100%, man. I absolutely agree with that. which said his biggest mistake is talking about politics, bro. When you're selling things to consumers, dude, you got to just, you know. It really works for me because I truly am pretty neutral. Everybody hates a neutral person, and I'm pretty neutral, you know. So if I could have it the way I want it, both sides will hate me, and that's okay. I'd probably prefer it that way, you know. But yeah, so AMC is at 840s. We'll see if it actually holds. The dollar index is down to 104s here, which is very weak, under 104.50s as well. We'll see if the Dixie can continue to break down. If you look at like a 10-day chart on the Dixie's had a really rough week, which is great for markets. That's usually great for markets. We want to see it move up. Elon also, Conley also posted a picture of Elon. Again, here's the last 10 days on the dollar index, which is great. We've mostly been breaking down. Again, we do have economic releases today that are pretty important, specifically unemployment rate. And again, I'm not saying I want unemployment rate up, but that'll evoke a positive response in markets most likely. Non-farm is expected to show up at 200K. We got manufacturing payrolls expected to show up at 20K. Private non-farm payrolls expected to show up at 190,000. So all this data is relevant, but the most important data is non-farm payrolls and unemployment. Those are the two big ones. Unemployment rates expected to show up at 3.7%. Anything over that will probably cause a positive response, although we're not 100% sure the reaction here. But one thing I've noticed this week is that the reactions haven't been exact as you would expect them to be the previous few weeks. And so in that way, you know, we don't know exactly what the market's going to do, regardless of whether we're over or under these levels, whether we come in better or worse, over and under, however you want to put it. And so again, the unemployment rate is expected to show up at 3.7%. We also have 200,000 non-farm payroll numbers, expectations. So 200K non-farm payrolls, 3.7% unemployment rate. We'll actually put this on screen so you guys can see what we're looking at. 3.7% is what I meant. And so, yeah. These are the expectations on screen. What's up, skateboard? AMC is still in the process of dilution. It will not pop in the short term the way we want it to. I'm going to hold my small position. Hey, good luck, Anthony. One of your ideas is Tesla, if the non-farm is hotter than expected. So if non-farm payroll numbers come in more than expected, I don't know what's going to happen. Like I said, I really don't know. I'm guessing it's going to cause a negative response. It'll probably cause markets to drop, including Tesla, but I'm not 100% sure. I think 3.8 is priced in. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. You know, I need to put like a different theme one. Watching Twitter all day is bad for my eyes. Hold on. There we go. That's much better. Oh, dude, it's so hard to watch, man, but it's so true. Oh, dude. Oh, man. I can't post it. I'm not touching any of that stuff, but, man. Some of these people, that's a sad movie, too, man. All right, guys. So the Dixie is now under 104.50s or under 104.75s under the previous closing price. The SPY has actually bounced back over the last couple minutes here. So the SPY is actually starting to bounce back some. What if it's the same as expected? Well, then that's a neutral reaction. That'll probably evoke a neutral reaction. We don't know. Pepsi is adding electrolytes. Really? If unemployment is higher, but the other two data are also higher, does the market still rally? Probably not. No. It depends on how much higher they come in at. Again, the non-farm and the unemployment are pretty even in terms of like the reaction they'll cause. So it depends on how much they come in over or under. That's going to be the more important thing. How much they come in over and under is going to really be the determining factor of what the market does, in my opinion. So like here's an example. If unemployment rate comes in at like 6%, something crazy, which is not going to happen, right? But if unemployment comes in at like 6%, it really doesn't matter what the non-farm payroll numbers show. Market's going to go up most likely. If non-farm come in at like 100K, even if unemployment is like slightly lower than expected, the market will still probably go up. I think, in my opinion, that's the nuance. I'm not 100% sure. This is all speculation. Nobody really knows. But like, in my opinion, that makes the most sense. Yeah. I wonder if everyone will still be bashing AMC when it hits 14 or 15 next week. Been watching the stock for 2 years. It's very predictable. No, it's not. You know how I know it? You know how I know it's not predictable? Let me just tell you. I'm gonna be honest here for a second. Just allow me to, please. Okay. If AMC was so predictable, why were almost every single AMC influencer, why were they wrong? Why were they telling people they were going to hit 100 or 500 or 1,000 and they never did? If it's so predictable, why were almost all of them wrong? Like, again, what I notice here, and this is something to truly understand. Okay, I'm going to talk about this. I'm not bragging on AMC. I'm actually holding AMC right now. Okay, I'm in AMC right now. All right. The problem with AMC's following is simple. It was told things by people who had no idea what they were talking about. Okay. AMC is a movie theater stock that just got through a global pandemic where people stopped going to movies as much. That's the first thing. Number two, AMC's float size is hundreds of millions of shares. Hundreds of millions of shares. So the dilution that's already been done to AMC's stock is going to severely curb the volatility of AMC. That's just an objective fact here. You know, it's got 500 plus million shares in the float. That's number two. Number three, the short float of AMC is not that big relative to other big parabolic short squeezes that we've had. GameStop, 120% short float when it went crazy. AMC's got what, 15, 21, 20? It may be objectively high, but not high enough to make some big parabolic squeeze. I actually bet the AMC crowd that if AMC hit $100 last year, I would get an AMC tattoo. And I have no AMC tattoo. My point in all this, and I'm not knocking on AMC. I think AMC will probably go up relative to where it's at now. But the problem with AMC is simple. You had a bunch of AMC YouTubers who had no idea what they were talking about. Tell people unrealistic expectations because they saw GameStop squeeze. They had only been trading for less than a year, a lot of these guys. A lot of these guys had only been trading for less than a year. They didn't really understand the nuance of the fundamental aspects of AMC, right? So they take all these vague things like synthetic shares and naked shorts, which every freaking stock has. Every stock has some form of synthetic shares or naked shorts for the most part out there, right? And so they take that idea and they just twist the data to make people think that AMC is going to go to 100K. Then it never does. People lose their life savings. And then they pivot to something else. They just kind of completely stop talking about AMC. They go talk about Bitcoin, or they talk about Apple or Tesla or Twitter or whatever they want to talk about. But most of them aren't talking about AMC anymore. You know, that's my problem with this whole community of people. It's like, bro, y'all were obviously wrong. It's been years now. You know, the reality of it is AMC just didn't do what they said it would. All right. That's the objective truth of it. The problem with all of this is like, listen, it's fine if you were like, yeah, guys, I was wrong. My bad. AMC didn't do anything. But to just keep doubling down and pretending they're right is just silly. You know, AMC is obviously not super predictable. I'm going to end my rant right there. But yeah, honestly, think about it objectively here. You know, stop getting mad at the people that are like me that are telling you the truth about AMC. Here's what really happened. Okay. Relatively new investors and traders, people that didn't really know about fundamentals like that. They didn't really understand it like that. They saw GameStop squeeze from, you know, $2 or $3 to 500 plus, right? They saw the GameStop squeeze. When they saw that, they immediately thought that everything was a squeeze play. They thought everything was going to squeeze. They thought it was possible for everything to squeeze. The problem, though, is this. The big time hedge funds lost billions on GameStop, billions of dollars on GameStop. These are not stupid people. These are some of the smartest, most analytical people in the world. They are not dumb. They are not going to make the same mistake with AMC that they made with GameStop. They're not going to just greedily short this thing until, you know what I mean? They're not going to make the same mistake twice. Like they have some short float in AMC, but it's certainly not the GameStop 120% short float that it had when it made the squeeze, right? Because they don't want to lose billions of dollars again. They're certainly not going to do it recent to GameStop. You know what I mean? So it's like they learned from their mistakes. Everything's not a crazy parabolic short squeeze. It's one of the reasons that we haven't really seen a crazy squeeze outside of like HKD, which was completely different from GameStop. The reason it squeezed was different. And so again, it's something that you have to look at it and realize that a lot of these big AMC YouTubers who got big followings during the AMC craziness didn't really have that much market experience. And, you know, they were growing a following from pumping AMC, you know? And so once they built their following, they pivoted to something else. They acted like they never told people unrealistic expectations. And they just kind of slowly kind of started talking about something else, you know? And instead of getting mad at the messenger for that, which is me, get mad at the people who lied to you guys. You know what I mean? That's the right thing to do in that situation. Hope you guys understand, man. I'm not ragging on AMC. I'm being honest. Look, I'm holding AMC, you know, but like you got to look at stocks objectively. You can't. It's not about the principle. People say it's not about money. It's 100% about money. And the hedge funds are playing for money. And so y'all better be as well, or, you know, hedge funds are going to win every time. Yeah, I mixed up GameStop and AMC. Yeah, it's not FUD. It's like telling honest truth isn't FUD, you know? Like telling people the honest, like, nuance of AMC and GameStop is not FUD. It's just the truth, right? I'm holding AMC. I'm not trying to knock it down. That's a silly thing that mostly new traders say. But like AMC, like I hope it goes up. I think like now that I've kind of talked about the honest truth of AMC, let me talk about some good things. All right, AMC's got a huge following of traders, an absolutely huge following of traders, and so AMC's probably pretty cheap where we're at now, in my opinion, because the following is so large. It's not going to be a parabolic squeeze play with naked shorts. That would have already happened already if it was going to happen. What it is going to be is a bunch of followers of AMC pumping it up and causing it to go up. And I think whenever you have a following that large like AMC, you have a distinct edge over a lot of other companies because, you know, the following will support the stock in that regard, right? And I think that's one of the positive things about AMC. Again, I am holding a small amount of shares of it, and I hope it goes up. But I think you got to look at it objectively and look at it truthfully. Yeah, for sure. Timber, 100%. A lot of people. My mom asked me if she should buy Dogecoin at 65 cents. I told her absolutely not. And in hindsight, I was right. You know, saved her some money because she was about to buy Dogecoin at 65 cents. And in fact, I'm gonna go find that message. I'm gonna go find that message. Because I know I messaged her. She said, "Hey, John, should I buy Dogecoin?" Let me find it. Yeah, this is what she said, bro. This is what she said. John, what do you think about Doge steadily going up, 75 cents a share and going up? My response to her, yeah, short term isn't too bad, but long term it shouldn't hold. It is a joke crypto used to make fun of others. Oh, I see. Love you. Love you too, Mom. That's the honest conversation we had. Now I gotta save this. Yeah, I'm gonna post this on my Twitter. If you guys want to see it, it's at Beginner Trades. If you want to see the convo between my mom, it's at Beginner Trades. Honestly, 100% accurate. You know. Yeah, let me get out of that. All right. Can I add 2 pictures to Twitter at once? Yeah, I can. Okay, good. I'm going to title this, The Rule Is. Message from my mom. Yeah, man, I was right. Let me post this. All right, so yeah, I'm posting this to Twitter. If you want to see it at Beginner Trades, I'll give you a here's the link to my channel, guys, if you guys want to see it. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome, Mom. I saved my mom some money. Again, here's the basic rule of this, right? You get people asking you about stocks. If your family hears it outside of the stock market, there's a bubble. Okay? If your family hears about it outside the stock market, there's a bubble. If your family comes to you and they're like, hey, dude, I saw AMC ripped up big in the news today, there's a bubble. If they say, hey, GameStop's going crazy, guys, I saw it on Fox News today, there's a bubble. You know? There's a bubble. All right. In the end, if they hear about it outside the stock market, there's a bubble. They should never be buying that. That's the basic rule. And it's actually pretty accurate. If you look back at history of that, it's pretty accurate. Guys, so how is it? Which number do we have to see to get bearish or bullish about the market? Well, we don't really know what we're going to get here. Again, unemployment over 3%, over 3.7% will probably cause a positive response in markets. Unemployment under that will probably cause a negative response in markets. Non-farm numbers, higher is worse, lower is better. Yeah. Hey, what's up, John? What numbers, when the numbers come out, where there'll be a candle wick, or does it tend to move directly in what direction? Well, I mean, wicks are just, all a wick means, wicks aren't really super, all a wick means is that a candle was pushed up and then rejected really quickly, right? Thus causing like a wick like that, you know, and vice versa for a down wick. So what we see here is when we get a candle wick, like when you get a candle wick like this, right? What this means is that there was selling pressure. It means the candle went up and then rejected really quickly, causing a wick, right? So what this first wick would mean, what this would mean right here, is selling pressure. It means that the candle went up and then something pushed it down really quickly, thus forming that wick, and vice versa. If the candlestick looks like this, then that means buying pressure, because that means it went down and then something forced it up really quickly, thus forming a wick like that. Right, so that would mean buying pressure coming in. Okay, so that's the difference. So that's all a candlestick means. You know, it just means pressure in one way or another. A wick just means pressure in one way or another. If there's wicks on both sides, like this, it just means indecision. It means that it's going up and down really big and just forming those wicks, causing indecision in markets. So wicks are, that's all a wick means, short-term momentum. All right, so AMC's trending. What does this really mean now? All right, so the SPY started to turn here a little bit. I'm not going to say I told you so there too, but this is why I make money on my swing trades. Honestly, with Top Step, one of the things I'm genuinely considering on Top Step is taking some type of trading style where I take much longer term day trades, where I get in a day trade, I find extension and I buy and I sit for a few hours, right? And just let the extension play out. Take a much longer form of day trading. I've really been considering that. Scalping's just not been where it's at lately. There's just no real edge. But I think that makes a lot of sense. And we're going to try it a little bit if we can. Yeah, for sure. What trades, Armin? Yeah, I'm going to have to size way smaller. That's okay. Like, my point is this. Like, I think we might be a little bit extended on the upside right now. And so depending on what the data shows up as and where we head from that data, we might take an opposing position. Bro, has there ever been a more Weasley looking dude than Sam Bankman-Fried? I mean, let's just be honest here. Has there ever been a more Weasley looking guy than this? All right. You know who this guy reminds me of? This guy reminds me of Ryan from The Office. Sam Bankman-Fried. Those when you take hourly trades, you mentioned it 2 years ago. Yeah, I'll talk about it on stream for sure, Armin, 100%. But yeah, like I got you, bro. I'll talk about it on the stream. Yeah, it's the dollar index, Patrick. So yeah, it's the dollar index, man. But we'll see. Like I said, I don't know which way anything's heading right now. I'm up. I gotta wake up a little bit. Yeah, dude, it's kind of strange. Like, I've thought about going vegan, but after seeing what Sam Bankman-Fried looks like, I don't know if I'm ever gonna go vegan, bro. You know, like that dude needs some testosterone in his life. You know. Yeah. So AMC dipping down 840s. SPY still dropping sub here. If the stocks get bullish tonight, what would happen with the dollar index? Probably, usually, generally speaking, they have about 70% of the time there's an inverse correlation with the SPY or the market and the dollar index, right? So if markets fly up today, then the dollar index will probably go down some more. Again, though, I got to guess that the extension's on the downside now, or the extension's on the upside, which means we might start heading down here. And with that, I'm going to take a few trades on Top Step right now on Quant Tower. Again, I think we're still a little bit extended on the upside. I think I'm going to wait for the data to release first. I don't think sitting on anything ahead of this data is the right move right now. I think I got to wait for the data to come out first, and then we'll take some extension longer term day trade trades. Right now, I think we're extended on the upside. You know, and so yeah, that's what I think right now is we're extended on the upside. Yeah, sugar's terrible for you. And it's in everything, too. They add sugar to freaking everything nowadays, man. All right, guys. So, yeah, so the SPY up to 407s almost, bouncing back a little bit here. We're going to wait for the data to drop. The data drops in about an hour and 20 minutes, give or take. Hour and 20 minutes, give or take. We got about 400 people here already. Y'all hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Yeah, we're doing the giveaway. Right now, what I'm trying to figure out for this giveaway here, so we did a PlayStation/Xbox giveaway. And really, if somebody wants me to order one for them, you know, I will. Or if they just want the $500, you know, in a gift card or something like that, some type of like GameStop gift card maybe is what I'm leaning towards, GameStop or Best Buy gift card. If they want that too, I'll just give them that. But right now, what I'm trying to figure out is the most fair way to pick somebody, right? Like I could pick my favorite one, but that's going to be biased because I know a lot of the people posting it, right? And so I got to think of a different way to pick the best meme. And again, remember, guys, it's the person that liked that post, retweeted it, and is following me. So the person has to like the post, retweet, and follow me on Twitter. And so if we pick somebody and they haven't done all three of those things, you don't win. All right. But any suggestions on picking the winner here? Again, I could get some random person to pick. That's always something, an option. I could get some random person to pick. Let me see if fiber has an option. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? I could have people just vote. Everybody, I could just let everybody vote. But I feel like people would send bots, and then that way I don't think that would be good. Okay, that's a good idea, Fuji. What's up, Space? Job data will be interesting to see if we get something good. Hopefully we do. Anybody looking at German pound and US dollar after the data release? Yeah, a lot of people are going to be letting Jack decide. Some of the posts are not really the most appropriate, unfortunately. So what happens if unemployment is higher than 3.7? That'll probably cause a positive response. And so right now we did non-farm data here. We said today non-farm numbers dropped. About 53% are bullish, 47% are bearish. If we look on our YouTube poll, 61% are bullish, 60% now out of about 430 people, 40% are bearish here. So yeah, we got some numbers. Hopefully we saw some positive things. All right, guys. So AMC pulling back down. The dollar index is still well below the 105 level. What's at 104.50s here? So again, we'll see if that one holds down too. The dollar index short term has been dropping this morning. We are red in the market. We are red on the dollar index here. Here's the SPY on the left. We're over the 200 moving average, but under the VWAP here. So we're kind of in that level where we're under the moving average. We're over the moving average, but under the volume weighted average price. And we'll see if we get something interesting there. Free Fall Friday. We'll see, dude. Hey, what's up, Murphy? Didn't AMC swing back higher than most of the market? Well, yeah, definitely outperformed the market yesterday for sure. Got up to 915s here. But the problem with AMC right now is simple. The float is just frankly too large. You know? The float is just too big for AMC. The float, what's the AMC float right now? It's just too large, right? 500 plus million, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 515 million in the float. It's only got about 21% short float. And so it's not a crazy parabolic squeeze. It's just not. All right, guys. So the Dixie's at 104.50. SPY back over 407. It's testing the volume weighted average price. Now we'll see if it actually holds there. I think seasonal hiring will delay more unemployment. Maybe. Yeah, the Challenger data came in worse than expected, right? GTHX short float now, please. Sure. GTHX. 16%. 13 to 16%. SPY over volume weighted average price for a split second. We'll see if it holds now. Yeah, so SPY now over the volume weighted average price, but the dollar index is actually moving up with us here. So the dollar index is actually moving up with us, which is strange. Yeah, so the dollar index is actually moving up some here. Again, strange. Yeah, like I said, I see all these people talking about all these penny stocks, and I'm not against penny stocks. I think if you can day trade penny stocks and make some money, do it. Or even like holding swing trades overnight. The problem that I see is a lot of people just putting a lot of big money into penny stocks. And like I don't understand the purpose of that. Like it's very, very clear, right? The data is very, very clear on penny stocks, which is just a large majority of them are going to go down long term. Right. So like trying to bet and accurately guess and predict the 5% maybe that are going to go up over a few year period is just such a risky bet to do. Not sure why people do it. The only reason I could understand, I guess, and this does make sense, and if I'm looking at it objectively, is that some of them are so cheap that you can put very small amounts of money into them and kind of gamble a little bit. Like put a little bit of money into them. If they go parabolic, which they almost certainly won't, then you'll make a little bit of money, right? It's kind of like the opposite. It's kind of like, doing the Powerball or whatever. That's the only way. But I think most people are going to lose there. And I think one thing that I've learned over the last few months and year really is that swing trading can be incredibly powerful, man. Like again, I always thought I might be a good swing trader. I never really gave it a chance up until this last year. And my swing trades have been so accurate, bro. Like honestly, I'm still sitting here hoping I didn't just get really lucky. But I've been making money on swing trades for the last 6 months, mostly through Disney, Snapchat, AMC, Apple, Amazon, Google. You know what I mean? Like mostly good companies, except for maybe AMC. But yeah, I'm just hoping it continues. I'm hoping it continues. Again, I think the way the strategy that I've developed swing trading is a powerful one, and I think it works incredibly well. It's very simple. It's very, very simple. All you really have to do is analyze extension short term, have a large enough account to, hold if you need to, and identify really healthy long-term companies. That's all you got to do. And I think if you do that correctly, like I have been, and you develop these buy zones and these companies that are obviously going to succeed long term, outside of crazy news that shows up, it could just be really powerful, in my opinion. Yeah, for sure, Fuji. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, what's up, John Smith? Yeah, sorry, bro. We had another. Like I said, dude, I get weird people in here, and one of them was named John Smith or something like that. And so I know John Smith is the most generic name in the world. So I know there's going to be a bunch of them. So I appreciate the support, bro. Again, I'm not trying to knock on anybody. It's just like I think when you're in this position, like me, and again, I'm not trying to act like my channel's some super big channel or anything like that. But like we do get some good views here. But when you have that, you get a lot of just weirdness from people. You really do. Like, it's very difficult. I've said it once. I'll say it again. Running these YouTube streams feels like you're standing in front of hundreds or thousands of people, depending on what day it is. And you got to just you got to try to work while they're throwing peanuts at you, that's how it feels. But it's a blessing. It really is. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much for the support. Great community. We really do have a bunch of good, solid traders here. So for that, I appreciate you guys. Sir, can you explain the impact if the data is higher than expected or lower than expected? Yeah, sure. So unemployment data, again, number one, this is going to be a little bit more nuanced than normal because lately when we've seen this data come out, it hasn't been as obvious the reactions that we're going to get in these stocks, right? It hasn't been as obvious. And so number one, I don't really know the reaction that we're going to get. All I can do is speculate and guess. But I think higher payroll numbers will probably cause a negative reaction in the market. And I think that a higher than expected unemployment rate will cause a positive reaction. And so there's a positive correlation between unemployment data and the markets. There's a negative correlation between payroll numbers in the markets. As I'm pretty sure that's the nuance of the market right now. But again, it's been a little bit different lately. That has been how it's been for the last couple months. But the markets was a little bit different yesterday. It didn't react exactly like that. So it's one of those things where some people are speculating that the market's actually starting to change, and maybe we're going to start making sense and go away from backwards land like we've been in for months now. But then, at the same time, inflation's still pretty conventionally high. And in that way, the way I explained it just now is going to make sense if inflation is still high most of the time. What's up, Minnie? Oh, what's up, Piper? Yeah, you got to join today, bro. So yeah, I'll send you a link towards the end of the stream, and you can hop on. It'll probably be at like 9:15. Or 9:15 my time, so 10:15 market time. 10:15 market time. How's the NFT market doing? I'm holding some top shot NFTs, but like I just haven't really messed with them like that in the last like year. Yes, Minnie. What was your question? I didn't see it. I'm looking at your comments. If my options call for AMC is $26, 200 days out, it went up in price, but I'm down. I understand implied volatility is a factor, but when will my calls make money actually if it hits 26 or what? Depends on the Greeks. Depends on what your conditions are for the option, Mini. And I'm really not an options guy, to be completely real. Like I don't really trade options like that. I trade them sometimes, but regarding like that type of nuance of whether you're going to make money or when you're going to make money, number one is you'd have to see what the actual conditions for the option are. Right, that's the first thing, and number two, I'm really not the guy to interpret it. Hope you understand. I'd rather be honest, and I'm honest, in that way. Hope you understand. Really, Army, that's crazy. Hey, what's up, Chris? Yeah, I mean, like I said, I could trade options, right? But I really don't need to trade options. And the reason I don't need to trade options is because like my TOS account right now, I got about 40,000, and I got about 40,000. They're giving me about 160,000 in buying power to trade with, and so options are useful. They can be useful, but you miss out on some edge that you get by being able to just buy shares, right? And so if you have a large enough account like me, it doesn't really make much sense to trade options because I can just buy hundreds of shares of the SPY or Tesla or Apple if I want to. And so in that way, it just doesn't make sense for me to set a time limit on my trades when I don't have to. So it's like I trade them occasionally, but not right now. Let me check I haven't even checked my my Top Shot NFT. All right, so let's see what they're looking like here. I gotta log in. It's been a minute since I even logged in here. Yeah, I'm seeing that pipe right here. Let me hold on 1 second. Interesting. I hope not. Let's see if my NFTs are worth anything now. All right, guys, look at the SPY pop up. We're at 407s. AMC popping up as well at 840s. Dollar index falling down some here. All right. My question is, do my NFTs lose value over time, or like just because the new season's starting or something? My most valuable NFT is this Trey Man one. Oh, wow. It is worth nothing anymore, bro. Yeah, NFTs have lost big amounts of value here. This thing used to be like $100 worth. It's worth $13 now. Wow. I've got about 33 NFTs here. So my plan is, like, I don't mind. It doesn't really matter that much. I've got a Carmelo Anthony that's nice. But, like, my plan is just to sit on this as long as I can. Wow, even Carmelo Anthony is only worth $13. So, yeah, these lost a lot of value. Wow. I mean, we'll sit on them. It doesn't matter. But, man, that's crazy. They've lost a ton of value over the past year. Wow. Yeah. Surprising. All right, guys, look at the SPY start to rip up. We're at 407s. Yeah, for sure, Fuji, 100%. All right, so Apple blocks Coinbase wallet app from sending NFTs because of in-app purchase dispute. What do they want a piece of that? How are they going to... So that Apple required an NFT sending feature to be removed from the app due to an in-app purchase dispute. Apple's App Store review team apparently told Coinbase that the gas fees required to send NFTs need to be paid through in-app purchases. Apple wanted a cut of transactions. Yeah, I mean, I've never been an Apple person because of this. Apple's a little bit too greedy for that, in my opinion. I'm an Android person. They say that Apple has introduced profit-protecting policies that come at the expense of developer innovation across the crypto ecosystem, according to Coinbase. So, yeah, interesting. All right, guys, we got about an hour before this data comes out. I think NFTs are valuable, okay? And I'm going to explain why, all right? People rag on NFTs a lot, and I understand it. Like, I really do. Like, I understand, like, ragging on NFTs. The difference, though, is that NFTs are valuable. Like, people say, oh, well, you could just take a picture of it. Like, yeah, that's true. You can take a picture of a Mozart painting. You know, you could take a picture of a Michelangelo painting. You could take a picture of Picasso painting. Does that mean you actually own that picture? No. Does that mean that you actually own the Picasso painting? No, it doesn't, right? That is why NFTs are make sense, right? Because it's a stake of ownership in something. Like, that is the value of it. Like, without needing to keep it, it's a stake of ownership in an image or in a picture, you know? So it's a way to show and prove ownership without a shadow of a doubt by holding that NFT. That is why NFTs are valuable. That's the use case for NFTs, and it makes sense, right? Anybody can snap a picture of a Picasso painting. It doesn't mean they actually own that painting, you know? I think that's how people have to really look at it. What are we thinking bear today? I guess I'm bearish, but I'm not sure. All right, guys. So yeah, non-farm numbers come out. We're looking at the data here. Again, they come out in a couple minutes here. But yeah, the problem though is that there's just a lot of scams in NFTs. I've never promoted an NFT or anything like that. Just because I've had a few crypto companies reach out to me that wanted me to, and like I just didn't want to. There's too much bad publicity coming from all of it. Did Liver King admit to using steroids? Let me see. Hold on. I'm going to mute the music real quick just because I really want to listen to this. So Liver King admitted to using steroids. Oh, you're on steroids, Liver King? Water is wet, guys. Everybody knows you're on freaking steroids, bro. The problem that people have is not that you're using steroids. The problem that people have with you, Liver King, is that you're using steroids to get a specific physique. You're using steroids to get a specific physique, and then you're advertising your liver supplements, acting like you got all swole because you're eating liver capsules. Like, bro, get out of here. Like, that's why people are mad at you, bro. They're not mad at you for juicing. They're mad at you for juicing and then pretending like liver is the reason you look like that. Like, come on now, bro. Like, everybody, this should be honest. This should be obvious here, you know? Like, everybody knows you're on steroids, number one. The problem people have is the misrepresenting yourself, sir. Anyways, I'm gonna put the music back on, but yeah, I just wanted to listen to that because, you know, I've been reading the news. Hey, what's up, Valentino? Hey, welcome. What's up, Gregory? Welcome. The question is, are people who took his liver capsules going to get mad and try to get refunds? Yeah, see me, Kevin saying Jerome Powell's panicking. He realized the bonds market yield inversion is so bad based on history. We need to cut rates 500 basis points soon. That would basically mean cutting to zero to avert a deep, dirty recession. Prepare for a glorious Fed U-turn and massive deflation. Yeah, I don't know. I think it all depends on how much we really start to see damage in inflation. I think the December Fed meeting is going to be incredibly important, and we're going to stream it live on December 14th, so y'all be ready for that. All right, guys. So yeah, market's testing the previous closing price. So we're almost completely neutral right now. The thing to understand about the market here is the neutrality level. Right here, this previous closing price, the level, my arrows are looking rough. The previous closing price, the level at which stocks go from red to green, green to red on the day. You can see the SPY right at that level now. We're kind of consolidating around it, which means we're neutral on the day. It means we're not down, we're not up. We're pretty sideways. Again, I don't know what, if I had to guess where we're heading today, it depends on what the job data shows up as, right? Because today we got job data, we got inflationary gauges in terms of unemployment, as well as jobless claims data coming out today. And so in that regard, those are going to influence the markets. We're going to wait to take any sizable positions. But yeah, that's kind of what we got going on right now. So if I had to guess, I think we're going to be headed down today. But again, it really depends on what the data shows up as. If I had to guess, again, I would think we're headed down. But again, it truly depends on what the data shows up as. In the end, I'm glad I ran my channel like I did. I never pumped AMC. I never told people to buy it. I never jumped on the bandwagon of desperately pumping up AMC or GameStop. I always told people the truth, and in hindsight, I was absolutely correct. I never claimed to be an expert. I never sold a course. And in hindsight, when we got all these other YouTubers that pumped AMC or sold courses or all this stuff, and they're getting in trouble, I'm just kind of sitting over here like, So, in the end, no idea what I'm talking about. Not an investment professional. And, yeah. The other thing is, like, people with small account challenges are silly, man. Like, if you're doing a small account challenge, like, you might not have enough money to trade with a large account, All right, guys, we're going to stop arguing about whether water's actually wet. My point was, it was obvious, is that Liver King's obviously been on steroids. He also got ab implants, and he's never going to admit that, but he got ab implants 100%. He talked about it on one of the shows and then regretted talking about it because he got so much crap for it and then took it back, but he definitely got ab implants as well. The difference, though, is that if you're buying his supplements because you think he's taken liver to look like he is, you deserve to be scammed, sir. Anyways, dollar index still dropping. SPY consolidated on the volume weighted average price under the previous closing price. AMC at 840s. Hey, well, thank you, Minnie. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Yeah, again, the problem with AMC is simple. And I watched it happen. Like, I'm not going to mention names, but a lot of these big AMC traders that are larger than me at this point in time, like a lot of them have much bigger followings than me now. A lot of these guys started trading about 6 months before the AMC craziness, right? So they started trading about 6 months before that, right? So it's like, of course, for a new trader, you see GameStop in your first 6 months. What do you think, right? You think everything's going to squeeze. AMC is going to squeeze. You start looking into data and say, oh, synthetic shares and naked shorts, and AMC's just got to squeeze. The problem is that AMC's got an actual float of over 500 million, which kills volatility, destroys volatility, makes it incredibly difficult to get big range moves. The short float is not as high as GameStop was. And again, just a lot of YouTubers jumped on the opportunity to pump up, young, naive traders, right? And it gets to be something where I've said this before, it's kind of like a pyramid scheme. You ever try to talk somebody out of a pyramid scheme? It's very difficult. You know why? It's because they get mad at you for it, right? So if you try to tell people the truth about AMC, right? They don't get mad at the person that's lied to them for 2 years whenever they told them that AMC was going to go to 1,000. AMC's now at $8 a share, right? They don't get mad at that person. They get mad at you for it, right? They say you're spreading FUD and all this silly things, you know, and it's just kind of like, all right. But like, you can look back at history and see who was right. Not really arguable at this point. And again, I hope AMC goes up. AMC does have a distinct edge in terms of the size of the following that AMC has. Big following for AMC. AMC's got a big following here. And so that's a big edge, you know. That's a big edge. Doesn't mean we're going to go crazy high, but it means that AMC's got some support. Now, maybe we'll go up. If AMC makes a big move, it's probably not going to be some big parabolic squeeze. It's most likely going to be followers buying it up to support it, you know. Yeah, you see a lot of the big AMC traders kind of, oh, let's go talk about something else now. Let's not talk about AMC. Let's talk about Fed meetings, you know, even though they probably got even less experience in that stuff. Let's talk about Fed meetings, or let's talk about Bitcoin, you know. Anyways, the dollar index is starting to come down. We're actually getting kind of a positive correlation here with the SPY and the Dixie here. And again, I hope you guys understand, like, I'm not bragging on the AMC community. I'm really not. There's a lot of AMC traders here. It's all good, you know. But yeah, it's just something I've seen over the last few years, and it's like, I can't help but say it. I can't help myself, because it's the truth, right? Everything doesn't squeeze crazy. That's just the reality of it. You know, and again, I'll say it again. Hedge funds are not stupid. They're not stupid. Like, these are some of the most analytical people in the world. If you think that they're going to just greedily pile into AMC short, you're probably wrong. Like, they're not dumb. Like, they don't want to lose again like they did with GameStop. They're not going to make the same mistake anytime soon. You know, it's one of the reasons we haven't really seen anything like that lately. The closest we had was like Bed Bath & Beyond. But people learn to cut their take profits in that, you know. All right, guys. So again, SPY at 407s. Yeah, I mean, AMC could hit. Well, no, what happened? I don't think it was to distract it. I think. So why are you holding AMC if it's such a bad trader investment? I didn't say it was a bad trader investment. What I said was that people gave out really unrealistic expectations, and that AMC is not a short squeeze play like that. AMC might go up because it's got a huge following. And again, I said it before, I'll say it again. I think that's a distinct edge. I'm holding AMC because I think that, considering the size of AMC's following, it might be cheap here, but it's a small trade. I'm not putting my life savings into a movie theater company in the middle of right after a pandemic, and you know, when movie theaters are trending down and streaming is picking up. I'm just not putting all my life savings into it. That sounds like a gamble, and I think a lot of traders are gamblers, and you know, in that way. Netscape. Yeah, I could do a timer. Yeah, we cover AMC's earnings call. We'll cover it again. It happened during, maybe it's GameStop in a week. Yeah, we'll put a timer up. First time we got. And again, what I'm going to try to do today is start taking a little bit longer term trades. And again, if you're all about AMC, I want you to understand something. You do not need to fanboy a specific stock, right? Diversification is a huge theme of profitability over the last century of trading, right? Diversification. You do not need to fanboy a specific stock. The edge that you're going to have trading companies like that is very low. It doesn't matter how many friends you got doing it. Doesn't matter how many friends you made online in that community, right? It doesn't, none of that matters, right? What matters is like whether you actually want to be a good trader or not. They'll tell you it's not about the money. It's not about, it's about the principle of it. Bro, most of the hedge funds are out of these positions already, Again, they're not going to just blindly short it like that anymore. And I hope it goes up. I truly do hope it goes up. What I'm trying to say is like just new naive traders get pulled in many different directions when they first get started. Just learn to recognize that and go your own way. Again, I run this trading community, and man, I constantly have people trying to tell me, hey, this is a good idea. Do this, John. Do that, John. Don't do that. That's risky, John. Don't do that. I always have to ignore them because frankly, a lot of the times they're wrong. And so I got to go my own way. But I think a lot of the AMC traders just get stuck following like these big gurus telling them what to do. And they're mostly wrong. And I think eventually you got to recognize that. And I might be wrong too. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think eventually you got to recognize that and just kind of figure out your own trading strategy. You also got to diversify, All right, there's the timer. We got about 40 minutes. You're saying things you couldn't possibly know. I don't know anything. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I say that constantly. If you look at my Twitter, that's what it says. What I'm saying though, here's a great example. Like I said, here's my Twitter page, right? I want to show you this. This is a good example. You don't have to know it, but you can assume, right? What I do know, AMC short float's about 20%. Is that high? Not really, relative to like a big parabolic squeeze like people are predicting. What I do know is that AMC's float is hundreds of millions of shares, which means it's been diluted a ton, which destroys volatility. It's very difficult to get really big range moves short term from a float that has, over $500 million. You know what I mean? And so that's what I do know. What I do know is that almost every stock out there has synthetic shares and naked shorts. That doesn't mean anything. And another thing I know is that since people have been telling people that AMC was going to go parabolic, AMC is now at $8 a share. Less than that, actually. Or AMC is at $8.40 a share. So less than $9 a share now. Those are things that are factual. Do I know what AMC is going to do in the future? No idea. I hope it goes up. I'm holding it right now. But there's a difference between holding something and then just being negligent with it. And so I try to tell people the truth. And we'll see. Again, I was saying this 2 years ago. Again, same thing with Dogecoin, right? As much as I hate this, rag on Doge. Again, here's a message from me and my mom 2 years ago, right? This is my mom messaging me. I pinned this to my Twitter page so people can see it. But here's a message from my mom. It says, John, what do you think of Doge? Steadily going up, 75 cents a share and going up, right? My response to her was, yeah, short term it isn't too bad, I guess. But long term it shouldn't hold as it is a joke crypto used to make fun of others. Oh, I see. Love you. Love you too, Mom. Right? That was 2 years ago when Doge was at 75 cents. Where is Dogecoin now? Somebody tell me. And this is relevant to AMC. This is the same thing we had with AMC. Right? Dogecoin is at what? 8 cents? And like, listen, Doge right now is at 9 cents, 10 cents a share. And so in the end, it's fine to believe in specific stocks. It really is. It's okay. Right? But you gotta understand and really know the stock. Right? And you have to understand the likelihood and the odds of certain things happening. And I just think a big parabolic squeeze for AMC is unlikely. It might squeeze up to $20, I hope. And I hope it does. Because I'm in it. But like, I think we have to have a ceiling with regards to our expectations. And I think that's a really important thing for traders to have. All right, guys, we got about 36 minutes. I'm going to put the... Appreciate the honesty on this channel. Thank you, Humble. Yeah, we try. Like I said, we get some heat for it, but in the end, I'm just trying to be real with people. Because I think certain traders, I think it's so hard to figure out what's truthful and what's not, right? And I have no reason to lie. If anything, again, talking about AMC like this probably hurts my channel. You know, I hope it doesn't, but it probably does. It might give me some credibility because I've been saying this for years, but like I have no reason to lie about it. You know, I don't really have any reason to lie about it. It's just it's the reality of it. Right, exactly, Charlie. I mean, that's what I've been saying, is that these hedge funds, they learned their lesson. They lost billions in GameStop. They're not going to do it again. Like, they're not going to do it again anytime soon, at least, right? They've already learned that. And this is something I probably said 4 or 5 times this morning, is that the hedge funds are not dumb. They already lost billions on GameStop. They don't want to lose billions again, and these are some of the most analytical people in the world, right? And so what happened is we had GameStop, and then we had a lot of, like, following pumps, which were AMC, you know, unfortunately. Which were, you know, there was like KOSS, there was EXPR, Express, there was Dogecoin moved with it to a certain extent. And so like you had all these big pumps, but eventually reality takes foot. All right, guys, 34 minutes. Yeah, I made money on AMC as it went up Q. So I actually made money. So to be honest, I bought AMC at like 30s. I wrote it up to like 65 and I cut it. So I made money on the upside. I made money on Dogecoin too, to be honest. I made money on Doge. I made money on AMC in 2020. And so I made money on these things. But the other basic truth of this is that squeezes do not last forever. They don't last forever. And you're always going to have people telling you not to sell. They're going to say, diamond hands, don't sell, don't sell. You're going to be stuck holding bags for years if you don't, right? And so something that you can learn for future short squeezes. Same thing with Bed Bath & Beyond, right? Bed Bath & Beyond recently squeezed this year. And we covered it a lot here, and we made money on it, and we held it, right? But here's a great example, okay? During these squeezes, as it starts to go up, you're going to have people say, right here, you're going to have people say, don't sell. It's going to go up to 50. It's going to go up to 100. Don't sell. Don't sell. And you get a lot of naive, greedy traders that don't sell, and they get stuck in this huge drop. And then it starts to go up again. And you got more traders that say, don't sell. Don't sell. It's going to go to 50. It's going to go to 75. It's going to go to 100. The point here is that squeezes do not last forever. Eventually, it's going to come down. And if you don't take profit, you're going to get stuck holding bags of losses. You know, that's the basic truth of it to understand as well, is that squeezes are just not going to go up forever. But every single squeeze I've ever seen, you always had people telling people it would. You always had people trying to artificially influence their own positions. Again, greed is a tricky thing. But the next squeeze you guys see, just understand, it's not going to last forever. It's something I've seen a lot of traders just miss out on huge profit because they just refuse to cut it. They refuse to take profit. My basic rule is that anything that I'm up big percentages in, anything that I'm up large percentages in, I don't care how much I think it's going to go up more. If I'm up big percentages in anything, I at least take half of it off, mostly. That way, if it comes back down, I'm still at least break even. I'm not losing anything. But if it continues going up, I still hold a piece of it. That way, you're safely riding it up. You're not just kind of greedily sitting on it. Diamond hands, never sell. You know, you actually make your money. Yeah, it's rough. Why not ride your winners on good companies? I do ride them up, but I take profit on the way up as well. There's no reason, guys, listen, there's no reason to sit on risk when you don't need to. If you're up big percentages, the smart move that most traders that are smart are going to make is they're going to take some of it off. They're going to scale out of that position. All right, that gives you a very distinct edge because, okay, say you're riding something up, you know, say you get in at $1 and something goes up to $10, right? That's pretty extended. You have to understand extension. Things are not just going to go straight up. You know, usually there's extension in one way or another. And so you ride something up to $10 a share from $1. You can take 75% of that position off and bank a ton of profit, right? And if it goes to $15, you're still holding 25%. You'll still make money on the upside, but with limited risk, right? That's what smart traders do. They take profit on the way up. They don't sit on their entire position. It's not binary. It doesn't have to be in or out and only in or out with full position sizes. You can safely scale out of a position and protect yourself in the trade. And then if it goes up more, great. You know, some of my best trades are where I'm holding a fraction of the shares that I initially held in it. You know, so you can, and the great thing about that is the great thing about that is the mentality that you get with it. Because like once you take that profit, you're very objective about it. You can look at it objectively. You can be a lot more loose with it if you want to and just continue to ride it up, but you're protected. So if it turns on you, which it certainly can, you're safe. You're not losing. You're not sitting there like, oh my gosh, I wish I would have taken profit. What was I thinking? Right? Instead, you're sitting on profit. You've put it in the bank already. You've locked it in, and you can just be really patient with the rest. And if it turns on you, fine, you can cut it and get out very green as opposed to just losing money on a trade that you were up huge on. Again, that's greed, and that's something that as traders, you got to kind of condition yourself through repetition to do it correctly. And it takes time to learn, but the more you do it, the easier it becomes. Right, exactly. Standard says, tell them why. You have to take the profit on the way up. When it fails, it falls a lot. Generally, you have to ride it up. Yeah, the way they always explain it is when a stock goes up, it takes the stairs. When it goes down, it takes the elevator. You know, so it's like you might be wildly green in something, but that thing can turn on you incredibly fast. And if you don't take profit, you're going to be incredibly frustrated from it and just emotional. And then that emotion causes you to make worse trading decisions where it's like you miss out on a bunch of profit, you get frustrated, you try to revenge trade. You lose more, you get even more frustrated, you double down your size, you lose more, and it kind of snowballs into an account destroying day when it didn't need to. You could have just taken profit and just, you know. Everybody wants to be a bull, but I'm going to be a bear. I don't know. I've been a bull for the last couple of days. Right now, I'm a little bit, I think we're a little bit extended on the upside, though. I'm waiting for the data to drop in 30 minutes. But yeah, I think right now we're a little extended on the upside at this point. All right, we're going to put it in sub-only mode. We got over 700 people here, so hey, we're going to put it in sub-only mode. If you haven't already subscribed, guys, we appreciate you all. We got unemployment and non-farm numbers dropping today, so y'all be ready for that. Layering into the SQ. Yeah, the SQ is a great way to short stuff if you don't have a margin account. You know, you can buy the SQ, which is an inverse ETF. It's an inverse Q. Right? Q is mostly, it's a little bit more tech heavy than like the SPY, but still broad market ETF that if you want to short the market, you can buy the SQQQ and just short it without a margin account, which is really, you know, a big edge. I'm not a huge short position trader though. I don't short a lot. I day trade short. But I don't take longer term shorts. It's just not my style of trading. All right, guys, we're at 25 minutes left. 25 minutes. Again, give me your expectations for today's data here. UVXY, isn't that an inverse volatility ETF, right? Straddle or the strangle is sometimes the way. Yeah. Data's not out yet. Data drops in 25 minutes. Again, y'all hit that subscribe button. Everybody announce that you're subscribed. We appreciate you all. Hey, what's up, Beach? Yeah, y'all go check out Beach Bum's channel. He's got a really cool, really good channel. If you like swing trading, Beach Bum's got some really good swing trade content. Here's a video he just published on how to do your due diligence on stocks and Webull here. So yeah, check out this link. Go give the man a subscribe. There's the link right there in chat. Check it out. But yeah, SPY pushed it up a little bit. Again, I think the extension's a little bit on the upside. Maybe not. But if I have a longer term bias, like not when I say longer term, I mean like if I have a bias towards like intraday, but longer term intraday, not like short term momentum, but like longer term intraday trend, I would say it's on the short side. Yeah, there's the data. There's Beach Bum's video right there. Go give that man a subscribe. Hey, what's up, Don? Hey, thank you, man. The data will favor the market like all the previous recent data. I don't know. Let's see our poll numbers here. So right now we got about 1,000 votes on our poll. 60% are bullish, 40% are bearish. Let's look on Twitter. All right, guys, SPY up to 407.30s, 407.30s here. We got Dixie bouncing right at that previous close here, or right at that previous low of the day here. So the Dixie came down to the low of the day. We're starting to bounce up some. Pretty choppy market. I think most of the markets are waiting for this data to come out. Again, you know. What should non-farm payroll be to be bullish, lower or higher? Lower. Right now we're in a period of high inflation, so higher is worse, lower is better. Higher indicates higher inflation, lower indicates less inflation. Hey, nice, Tony. Yeah, I'm holding the AMC right now. I hope it runs. It's not really a rant. I honestly, you know, we got certain talking points we have on the stream. One of the talking points has always been AMC because, again, we make good money, you know, running this YouTube channel. We really do. We make good money doing it. Again, we get, you know, 10K plus hits or views a day on the channel. So we make good money. In order to morally justify that, I have to be honest with people. I have to tell them the truth. And sometimes that's going to cause people to dislike me, people who are really about specific stocks. That's okay. Sometimes it's going to cause people to like stocks or dislike stocks or like my opinions or dislike opinions. But I always try to tell people my honest opinion about things. Like, I'm not going to pretend to like something when I don't, you know. And so with AMC, I'm in AMC. I'm holding AMC. It is something where I consider it to be somewhat cheap down here at these levels at 7s and 8s, you know. And so I am holding it. But do I believe it's going to break 1,000 and go parabolic and hit 100K and have a larger market cap than Apple? No, I don't. And I think most people shouldn't. Yeah, thank you, Jasmine. We got a neutral in the last Top Step account we have. We've been making so much money on our swing trades, though. Our swing trades have really been, well, we've been making bank on our swing trades. It's been a really fun time for my swing trades. The last 40 days, we are up. Let's see what we're up in the last 40. The last 40 days, we're up a couple thousand. Not bad. Last 30 days, we are up about 1,200. So we're doing pretty good on our swing trades. That was always the goal. SPY's rip it up though. And so I might have just been wildly wrong. Maybe, do y'all think this is a little bit of loading into what the potential outcome might be for these non-farm payroll numbers and unemployment data that comes out? Yeah, I do see the market starting to rip up. We're at 407s right now, 407s. Yeah, I have stocks reaching out to me wanting to sponsor me. Hey, what's up, Richard? More jobs is bad for inflation. It's going to cause a negative reaction. Less jobs is better for inflation in the current market. It'll cause positive reaction most likely in terms of payroll numbers. Higher payrolls is worse. Lower payrolls is better. Who, Charlie? Not me. Yeah, I get companies that reach out to me. I've had a few reach out to me wanting to pay me to promote their stock. And I never have. It's just cryptos as well. I almost was sponsored by a crypto, but then I changed my mind and canceled it just because I don't really, you guys know me. I don't really like any of these stocks, penny stocks especially. And so if I'm acting like I like a penny stock just because somebody's paying me money, I don't know. I don't consider that the most ethical thing. Yeah, I don't know about Webull. ZEV. If I look at the long-term chart and it goes straight down, then I just don't like it at all. Apple started to go green. SPY started to go green. Dollar index is moving up. What's really strange is that we're kind of having a positive correlation with the market and the dollar right now. So our charge point. Yeah, I haven't really been watching charge point lately. Looks pretty rough right now. Yeah, it's Juice WRLD's birthday. Rest in peace. SPY up to 407.50s. AMC at 840s. Dollar index is still consolidating here, but we're pulling back a little bit. Let's watch. So the good news, if we got to give some bullish signs for the SPY here, one of them is that you can see here we're above the previous closing price, which is here. We're above the volume weighted average price, which is here, and we're above the 200 exponential, which is here. Right, so we're above a lot of big milestone indicators and levels here. I don't know if we're going to hold, but the SPY just ripped up over these levels, and now, we might pull back. Let's see if we bounce like that. That's possible, or, we could indicate some weakness if we break back below it. Also, don't forget to subscribe, guys. Listen, we need 60 subscribers left. Just 60 subscribers left. We'll hit 93,000 subs if we get 60. Still got about 16 minutes. What are the implications of data on the market? Well, right now we're in a period of high inflation, right? The Fed is really has been aggressively raising rates during the last couple Fed meetings. And this year specifically, we're in a high conventional inflation period where relative to convention inflation is super high right now, obviously. And so because of that, any data that's released that will indicate more spending, right? Because when people spend more, businesses raise prices because they can, supply and demand. You know, when that happens, anything that causes a positive influence on spending is going to be interpreted as a negative right now for inflation and the market as a whole, right? So while low unemployment is conventionally good, right? Right now, it's going to be the opposite, where it's like more people working means more people with money. More people with money means more people spending. More people spending means worse inflationary problems, and vice versa. Less people working means less spending, which means less inflationary problems. Same thing with payroll numbers. You know, payroll numbers are coming out today, and the same logic is there, where higher payroll numbers means more money in people's pockets, which in turn means more spending, and in turn means higher inflation, and vice versa. Right? That is the nuance of the market this year. Now, at the same time, though, the last couple releases for these data have been a little bit more nuanced to it. They haven't really been following that train of logic like we have historically this year. So I think that's the market reaction we're going to get. Market is turning fast here. Wow, look at the market drop down to 407s. 407s underneath both of those levels. So I think that's what we're going to get. I think less unemployment is going to be seen as worse, and more unemployment is going to be seen as better, and higher payroll numbers is going to be seen as better or is worse, and lower payroll numbers is going to be seen as better. I think that's the nuance of it, but I'm not 100% sure. What do you guys think? I don't get how spending raises inflation. Okay, I'll give you an example. Say you're selling packs of bubble gum. You know, say you're selling packs of bubble gum. You got a bubble gum business, right? Packs of bubble gum are 25 cents, right? But you're selling out nonstop. You're selling out nonstop. Every time you put a box of bubble gum up there, the whole box is gone in your store within an hour, right? What are you going to do? Right? You're going to raise prices. You're going to say, okay, well, instead of selling them for 25 cents a pop, I'm going to raise it to 50 cents. Why? Because you can. Because supply and demand. People are buying it up like crazy. You're running out of inventory. You know, what do? You raise prices, thus making the inflation problem worse. That is why spending is bad right now. At least that's why it's being interpreted as bad. Yeah, so right now we're under the 200 moving average. We're under the volume weighted average price. We're under the previous closing price. So all things point to kind of a negative short-term momentum here. Now, again, we'll see if we actually get that or not, but everything's kind of pointing to like a downward swing in things in stocks. Now, again, I don't know if we're actually going to hold that, but things are kind of turning a little bit. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. Spending is going to make prices go up just in business, right? You run a business, if you're selling out nonstop, you raise prices. You know, so that's what spending is going to cause. Spending is just going to cause it's going to cause prices to go up because of that. You know, and that's the basic logic of business. All right, so now we're under that the 200 EMA, the volume weighted average price, and the previous closing price. All right, guys. Where does the SPY end today? Let me know. What do you think the SPY ends today? We're at 407s right now. Where do we end? Also, guys, y'all check out TopStep. TopStep is a funded account program for futures, right? So if you want to trade these big economic releases, like for instance, if you want to trade the SPY here, here's the Emini, right? Same price action, same exact price action. You can see here's the big drop that we just got. Big drop, bounce, bounce. Same price action in the middle here. If you zoom out, it's the same exact thing, right? So this is the same exact thing as this, right? The futures market actually has a little bit more liquidity in it, but it's the same price action here in the middle versus the left on the SPY. And you can trade this middle one in the futures market with no PDT restrictions. The PDT rule in stocks means that you can't trade this unless you have over 25K actively as a day trader. But you can trade this in the futures market in the middle with no PDT restrictions. It's essentially the S&P 500. And so what they do is they give you a demo, and if you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules, they fund you between 50 up to 150,000 with a 90% split. They're regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. They pay out millions, fund thousands of traders a year. And it's a great way to get around the PDT rule. Try your feet at the futures market without risking a ton of money. Because if you try to try the futures market out yourself, risking your own money, you could lose thousands very quickly. It's a great middle ground. They fund traders. They've paid out millions, every year. Recently, and they're the most legitimate funded account program in the world. They are a sponsor of mine, but if you want to check them out, you can get 20% off. Here's the link. Check them out. Great way to help support the channel. I'm certainly biased in their favor because they're a sponsor of mine, but a great way to help support us, guys. So check out the link. All right. Love you. Have a good day. All right, guys. But yeah, the futures market, like I said, I think it's a great middle ground. I think so. The challenge is hard. It's not easy to get funded, of course, but it's a great middle ground to give you some pressure, but not the full pressure of like risking 10K of your own money. So it's like you could try to get funded. If you do get funded, great. If you don't get funded, most of the time it's going to make you a better trader regardless. Having to follow these type of rules is going to make you a better, more consistent, more disciplined trader. And that's a very hard thing to do. And so in some paper trading accounts cost $100. DOS Pro, for instance, if you want to paper trade with DOS, costs $160. The base package on Top Step's $130 if you use my link, 130 something if you use my link. And so in some ways it's a paper account, but it also conditions you to be a better trader. And for really good traders, you can get funded, and then there's a 90% split once you're funded. So if you make 10K, you get to keep 9K. So yeah, check it out. There's the link in the description as well if you're interested. All right, so we got 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Yeah, he got sued for like $1 billion though, didn't he? So the micro E-mini is dipping down a little bit. And that's the reason I listen to your show. You are legit and not pumping a course or company every 10 minutes. Keep it up. Hey, thank you, man. Yeah, I mean, we try to keep the first few hours free here. Like we don't sell or charge for anything in the first couple hours. We do have plugs, of course. We have sponsors. Again, some people are critical of it, but again, most of those people are just unhappy with themselves. Like if you think about the radio, for instance, right? The radio has a commercial about every 45 minutes, maybe less than that. Sometimes it's every 30 minutes. And that's the same here. Like we'll do a commercial maybe once every 30, 45 minutes to an hour. Here's the dollar index, and that should be a reasonable expectation. I'm doing this to make money for sure. Anybody on YouTube is, and that should be a reasonable expectation of me. Is of course I'm doing this to make money. I'm not sitting here for 4 hours, sometimes longer than that, purely out of the kindness of my heart. Nobody is, There's always another. There's always another. There's always a reason for it, Yeah. Yeah, all good life. It's 130 bucks a month, give or take, But like I said, if you look at like DOS, for instance, DOS paper trading, DOS paper is 160 bucks a month. Dollar index coming down to 105 450s. We have, how much time do we got? We got 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes. Hey, thank you, Matt. We appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. Yeah, 100%. Well, we just did an ad. Top Step's a sponsor of mine. Like I said, so I'm certainly biased in their favor, but that's definitely an ad, I would say. But yeah, SPY dipping down. We got it for 4.5 minutes. 4.5 minutes. Yeah, we got a fake pawn in the Discord. Fake pawn in the Discord. Remember, guys, I'm never gonna message you reaching out. I'm never gonna message you asking you to go anywhere or join anything. Like, I'm never gonna randomly message you and be like, "Hey, thanks for the subscribe. Join my WhatsApp." You know, no, not gonna do it. Don't do it. It's a scam. People pretend to be me on my Discord server and try to get people to join sketchy things where they most likely phishing is what it's doing. They're trying to steal your passwords and emails and stuff. AMC started to rip up. Let's see if it hits 850. Thinkorswim is certainly not beginner friendly. Thinkorswim is very tough, to be honest. TOS is complicated, to say the least. You know what I mean? All right, guys. So the Dixie is at. Let me put this up a little bit. We got less than 3 minutes, guys. The dollar index is starting to fall back down. What's strange right now, though, guys, as you can see here, is that there's a positive correlation between stocks and the dollar index here. There's a positive correlation. If you look at the SPY here on the right, you can see it dipping down. If you look at the Dixie on the right, you can see it falling down too. So right now, there's a positive correlation. But yeah, so TOS super not really the most beginner friendly, but yeah, look at that. So SPY broke lows, and now the Dixie is breaking lows as well. Y'all be ready, guys. We have less than 2 minutes. Again, what it probably will mean is that higher unemployment is better for the market right now. Will probably cause a positive response. Lower unemployment is probably going to be seen as negative right now. Here's the Dixie on the bottom or in the middle. SPY is on the left, though. We'll make this one a little bit larger. All right, guys. And yeah, we got about 1.5 minutes left. Y'all stay safe. And again, I said this before. I think I'm going to start taking long-term day trades. Long-term day trades looking specifically for extension, kind of like my swing trades, and then kind of pivoting it that way. All right, guys, 30 seconds, 20 seconds, really 23 seconds. Let's do this. I'm not holding anything right now. Hit that sub button, guys. Hit the notification bell. We got 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's look at what the data shows up as, guys. All right, unemployment for Canada came in at 10.1. All right, here, a lot of data just dropped. Unemployment rate came in at 3.7%, on par with expectations. Payroll numbers came out at 263,000, way higher than expected at 263,000 for payroll numbers. 263,000 for non-farm payrolls versus 200,000 expected. So a full 63,000 more payroll numbers than expected here. Unemployment came in neutral at 3.7%. But yeah, it's exactly as I suggested, which is a higher payroll number is going to cause a negative response in markets, and it's a big negative response. We're down to 402s. The Dixie's up to 105s. So yeah, huge drops in markets, guys. Huge drops in markets. Again, payroll numbers came in way higher than expected. Unemployment came in flat, but payroll numbers came in way higher than expected here. We'll put the data up on screen. 263. Unemployment came in at 3.7, but payroll numbers came in way higher than expected here, guys. So again, huge drop in markets right now. Huge drop in markets. Private payrolls came in higher than expected as well. But yeah, big drops in markets, guys. Here's the data on screen so you can see it. But yeah, huge rip in the Dixie. I told you guys we might have some extension on the downside too. There's AMC pivoting down big on this data here, but huge drops in markets. Payroll numbers came in 63,000 higher than expected, which was noticeable. You know, it's a big percentage. It's over 25% higher than expected here. Unemployment rate came in flat at 3.7. So flat at 3.7, but payroll numbers, you know, signaling bad signs for inflation. Again, about 63,000 higher than expected here for payroll numbers, which is bad. Yeah, big numbers here coming in. Again, we're right at that $400 level. We'll see if we actually hold. Bitcoin. Yeah, Bitcoin's probably going to be reacting negatively to this. This is going to have a positive correlation with the SPY. So if the SPY's down, Bitcoin's most likely going to be dropping with it. All right, Snapchat bouncing up. SPY testing 400s here, 400s. So big drops in markets, big drops, big reversal. Is it time to buy the dip up? Are we extended now? Unemployment came in flat at 3.7%. Yeah, nice bore. You're probably sitting pretty nice in there. Let's watch $400 here on the SPY. $400 is right where we're at now. The Dixie's still moving up some too. All right, there's the micro Emini at 4,000. So my market's pumping down. Here's 400 on the SPY. Let's see if we hold. AMC just dumped all the way to 820s, 810s. Yeah, I'm sure crude's going down. A lot of stuff's probably going to go down today. Hey, don't forget to hit that subscribe button as well, guys. If you have not already, hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. We appreciate you all. We only need 30 subscribers left, 30 little baby 30 subs to hit 93,000. Just 30 subscribers, guys. I would never, ever pressure you to subscribe, but if you don't, I'll hate you forever. Subscribe right now. I appreciate it. Do it now. Market's falling down. We're at 400 right now. The dollar index is at 105.40s. You can see the data right underneath me on screen. ECB's Nigel says that the quantitative tightening should occur from the Q1 of 2023 onward. Again, unemployment came in at 3.7. U.S. labor force participation came in at 62.1%. Private payroll numbers came in at 221 versus 190 expected, so higher than expected in that regard as well. Underemployment came in at 6.7%. U.S. average earnings year over year is at 5.1% increase versus 4.6% expected. So the average earnings year over year came in higher than expected as well. Private payrolls came in higher than expected. Non-farm payrolls came in at higher than expected. Manufacturing payrolls came in lower than expected. So it sounds like the manufacturing numbers are contracting. Government payrolls came in at 42. Previous was 28,000. So government payrolls are getting paid more. But yeah, that's kind of what's happening. Again, we're consolidating right around $400. We're right around $400. We'll see if we actually hold now. Okay, we only need 20 subs, 20 little baby subs, guys. Yeah, SPY fell. Payroll numbers came in much worse than expected, much higher than expected. It wasn't really a crazy move. I mean, it's kind of as expected with those high payroll numbers. Unemployment was flat. And so basically everybody had to look at payroll numbers to indicate where the sentiment was. And when they came in way higher, over 25% higher than expected, we got a pretty big drop. I mean, at the same time, though, over the last 10 days, we're still pretty green. You know, we're still nicely green over the last 10 days. Last 20 days, we're even more green. And so it's not like the market has completely given back anything. We gave back some of the gains we made yesterday, but I think $400 will be an interesting support level. See if we hold 400. You can see exactly where we see. This is the only problem with TOS. Like, look at this. When I try to zoom in like this, it's always kind of iffy and weird. But yeah, let's watch $400. I think $400 is a big psychological level. So $400 on the SPY is right here. So we'll see if we hold over that. Fed is gonna have to keep up at 4 to 5% rates until recession. Yeah, that's what you're repeating what Meet Kevin said. And maybe he's right. I don't know. Again, I think a lot of these analysts were just wrong about the direction of the market over the last 3 months, though, last 2 or 3 months. And so I think a lot of them are doubling down. I've seen a lot of them kind of say the same thing. And I think in that regard, I understood what Jerome Powell said, which is basically he said that they're going to start easing rate hikes and take a longer term, more spread out, aggressive rate hike strategy, as opposed to just doing a really, really aggressive rate hike strategy on a small time frame and then cleaning up after a recession hits. They're instead going to try to spread it out a little bit longer, but still stay aggressive, but they're not going to rip the Band-Aid off, so to speak, cause a crash and then clean up afterwards is basically what they're saying. My guess is, like, again, if I'm looking at it objectively, I don't think Jerome Powell wants a crash under his watch. And so even though we might just continue to go down long term, I don't think Jerome Powell wants a crash under his watch. And I think that's going to influence his decision, despite the fact that maybe ripping the Band-Aid off, so to speak, might be the more effective strategy to combat inflation, you know, but who knows? Market's starting to bounce up a little bit. We're at 401s right now. If I start trading and I am a beginner, what do you think of starting with penny stocks? I think I'll probably lose money. I think most penny stocks fail. And I think penny stocks, the problem with penny stock market is that it's the most predatory towards new traders, right? You look at YouTube, you got a bunch of people selling courses on penny stock trading. A lot of the people that are making money, like the big time, big traders that are making money in penny stocks, a lot of the ways they're making money is they're targeting very, very low float stocks, like stocks that don't have a lot of shares out there. So they're really manipulatable, right? So they're targeting these really, really low float stocks, and then they're announcing to their following of thousands, like, hey guys, I'm buying ABC low float penny stock, right? But they really bought it about 30 minutes before that. They did what's called front loading onto it. So they really bought it about 30 minutes before that, but they announced to their following, hey guys, I'm buying ABC penny stock. And so of course, what do their following do? Their following eats it up and says, oh, he's buying this. And then they jump in it. That artificially inflates the price of the stock. The guru sells, and then they announce about 5 minutes later, after they've successfully liquidated their entire position, they announce 5 minutes later, hey everybody, I sold. And then half of their followings just get stuck in the crash, right? It's called it's a pump and dump, really. And then what happens is, like, those gurus then make money on those trades because of that. And then they take those profits and they show it to their following, and then they sell them a course on how to do it. With the following completely oblivious to the fact that they're not going to be able to recreate those results because they don't have the following that they do. You know, that's what happens in penny stock with penny stock gurus. And then they sell courses for thousands of dollars on doing that. And it's just silly. It's ridiculous when you really look at it objectively, but it's really predatory, and new traders just get stuck. They get wrapped up in it. I'm not saying you can't make money day trading penny stocks. What I will say is that it's incredibly difficult, and the marketing out there in terms of selling courses on publicly available content is very, very, very predatory. All right, guys. So yeah, we're starting to bounce back. We're almost back up to 402s. Yeah, you got a lot of people. You got a lot of people that just I get it. They pander to their emotions, right? So it's like if you're struggling financially, and I'll say this: if you're struggling financially, the last thing you should be doing is day trading. You know, I get it. Nobody wants to hear that. But if you're struggling financially, you should not be day trading. You know, you're just going to lose more, mostly, especially if you're just learning. But what happens is you got people that struggle financially, and then you got a guru that puts a video up about buying a Lamborghini with their trading profit and living in mansions and traveling the world and drinking champagne, you know, and that's a really desirable life. And so people kind of sometimes when you really, really want something, confirmation bias is an incredibly strong thing. And so you ignore logic in order to, you know, hopefully get it. But the problem is that even if you do make money, most of the time it's going to take years to really be successful. And a large majority of people lose. And so you're going to lose money for years as you learn. Most people lose. And there's a chance that you might spend all this time learning and learning and learning and then still lose, you know? And so penny stocks are just predatory. I mean, some large cap stuff is too, but penny stocks is just such a big percentage of it overall. Anyways, 401 is at this level here. We're right around 401. Let's see if we hold. Again, $400 I think is the big psychological level, but we're kind of consolidating after this big drop. And so do y'all think we're going to continue on this drop? American Airlines have been my swing trade stock lately. I just got in again on this drop. Hey, good luck, Ed. Yeah, I don't hate that idea. I'm not saying you should, but I like buying extended moves down and then riding the bounce back. It's something I do pretty regularly. Disney, I cut it, but if Disney dips down to 92s, 91s, if Amazon dips back down to 90s, if Google dips back down to 90, then I'll start adding and buying it up. Apple getting hit too. What's the Apple trend? Okay, nice, Richard. Yeah. Hey, thank you, Veritas. Yeah, I mean, like I said, bro, those videos are hilarious. They used to have a guy that was advertising on social media, and this dude was just so ridiculous, bro. This dude would be trying to sell people a course, you know, and he would literally do one of those, like he would walk up to somebody and be like, "Hey, bro, you want to see how much money I made in day trading this morning?" And he would just pull out stacks of cash out of his backpack. I'm sitting there like, your computer's got an ATM machine, bro? Like, how is that correlated to day trading at all? Like, you're just pulling out stacks of cash? Like, what, did your computer allow you to withdraw that quickly, bro? Like, get out of here, dude. They're pandering to people's emotions, man. Like, look at my stacks of cash, you know? It's just silly, man. Again, it's predatory. That's the best way I can describe it. But people get so wrapped up in it, it's like they keep losing, and it's hard for them to separate themselves from it, you know? If you really, really, really want to believe something, you'll ignore logic, confirmation bias. Let's see if the SPY bounces here. We're right at 401s. I made a 900% profit trading crypto in 4 months. Do you think it's good for me to start the futures program? I mean, I think you can, but this isn't crypto trading in futures. You know, crypto, I mean, you can trade contracts of wheat, corn, all this different stuff, but I don't think they allow you to trade crypto. Crypto is just a different game, brother. You know, I mean, you can try it out. Check out the link in the description if you want to try out Top Step. They're a sponsor of mine. I'm definitely biased in their favor, of course. But futures market is the easiest way to get around the PDT. There's no PDT restrictions in futures, so you can day trade as much as you want without being restricted by the PDT rule. And again, where a lot of people go to penny stocks, you probably should be trying out the futures market because, again, you can trade like, again, here's the SPY right now. You can see this big dip, right? Here's the futures contract, right? You'll notice it's the same thing. This middle is the same thing as this left. And you can trade this middle side here in the futures market. And Top Step is kind of like a middle ground where you get some pressure. They give you a demo account, a paper account. And if you can hit their goals and targets while following their rules, they'll fund you. And so it's a good middle ground, right? I think a lot of people are not going to be able to get funded because it's hard. They're legitimately funding people. So I think most people aren't going to be able to get funded because, you know, most people just 90% of plus traders lose. But it's a great way to reinforce discipline and skills in trading. And I think that's where the real distinct edge of Top Step is. But again, you know, they're a sponsor of mine. If you want to check them out, link is in the description. Hey, thank you, Just Another World. He said, man, I really appreciate you streaming this. I used to search every time someone talking on a report came out and waste my time, and sometimes it would never work. Now I'm just here whenever any report open your channel. Hey, thanks, man. Why is the Fed against our job, bro? Because anything that influences spending positively is going to cause a negative reaction because of inflation, right? Prices are too high right now. Anything that causes more spending is going to mean prices are going to go up, and that's not what people want. That makes people scared. And so because of that, you know, there's an inverse correlation between spending and the market. So higher payroll numbers, negative stock market reaction. Yeah, I'm just kind of sitting here. Again, we're not really extended yet for me. I don't know. I could buy a little futures contract, I guess, here too. I'm thinking about it. I might buy one. Yeah, we're buying one. And we'll be again, my goal with this now is to be a little bit more loose with longer term day trades. Try to capitalize on momentum, and maybe I'll add to some of it too. But hey, thank you, Ronnie. I appreciate you. Thank you. Did we break? I think we probably have broken 93K. We need 3 subscribers left. I'm talking to you right there. You right there on screen who are like, hey, I like watching this guy, but I'm just not going to subscribe because I'm being stingy. I'm talking to you right there. Do it now. Everybody's doing it. Just try it one time. See how it feels. It might feel good. Hit the subscribe button. We need 3. Do it now. I'm not going to say I predicted this drop, guys. But here was my Twitter post yesterday. Again, I'm not going to say I predicted it. But, you know. This was my post yesterday, December 1st at 8:30 in the morning market time. In my opinion, we are a little extended on the upside short term. Thoughts? What has the market done since I said this? Definitely top 3 traders of all time right now. What has the market done since I said this? Let's look. I said this here. Oh, wait. I said this. Let me zoom out a little bit. Yeah. I said this here. You know? So listen, sometimes when you're right, you're right. I think honestly, as much as I'm trying to, brag, I think I'm probably just really lucky because payroll numbers came in higher than expected. I still think before these numbers came out, we were still down, right? So before these numbers came out, we were still right around here. It's just the payroll numbers made it a little bit faster. All right, so we got in that one contract. We're now up about 30 bucks in futures. About $30 green right now. How likely is 75 basis points in the game from the 14th? I don't know. It depends on what the market does. I would say pretty likely, but I think there's also a pretty high chance of 50. And so I think it's between 50 and 75. Right now, I'm swinging a little bit more towards 50, but 75 is certainly still possible. How do you know where to get in on the drop? Hey, thank you, John, for the sub or for the donation, brother. I appreciate you. How do you know where to get in? All right, I'm going to go ahead and cut this. All right, so we just made about 40 bucks on that one futures trade. Like I said, my plan is to take longer term trades. We just cut our futures trade and got out, and looks like it was the right move. But maybe we'll see. How do you know when to get in on the trade? I look for overreactions. Right, so I look for overreactions, regardless of whether it's an overreaction or not. I look for, generally speaking, okay, generally speaking, and this is on multiple different time frames. When we get a big drop like this, when we get a big drop like that, usually you're at least going to get a small little recovery bounce, even if it continues down like that, right? Even if it continues down like that, usually you're going to get at least somewhat of a small bounce. And so with that in mind, what I like to do is I like to look for overreactions. A great example of this is Amazon. Right, a great example of this is Amazon. The last earnings report for Amazon, let me put a 90-day chart up. The last earnings report for Amazon did this. Last earnings report, Amazon dropped from 110s, 112s down to $85, $87 a share. You know, and the crazy thing is that the earnings were not that bad. They were mixed results. I think they had better than expected EPS, worse sales revenue, and slightly worse guidance, right? So they weren't terrible. Certainly not justifiable for a 20% drop like they did. And so again, when I can identify an overreaction in markets, I buy it up with small size and I let it sit and I wrote it back, you know, and I took this trade and you write it back and you let the rebound go in your favor and then you cut it. Again, the key here is that as we're rebounding, I'm taking profit off of it this entire time. So it's like I can buy it down here and then ride it up and take profit on the bounce very easily. But I scale in and I scale out. And I have a large enough account to where I can sit on Amazon long term if I really need to. That's kind of what I do. It works really well. You know, you can see I do this with Disney a lot as well. But again, I look for overreactions. So again, here's Disney. If you want to see Disney over the last 6 months, look. Here's a 6-month chart on Disney. You'll see how much I actually do this. I do this a lot. Again, I look for overreactions. But again, the distinct edge I have is I can hold this as long as I really want to. For whatever reason, this isn't working. Show trades is up. Okay. There it is. So I do this with Disney a lot. You know, but I've got a $40,000 account. It's like almost 40K right now. So you know, I do this a lot. Like I said, I don't make a ton doing it. Like I said, I think the last 30 days I'm up like $1,200 in swing trading. But again, you can kind of see how much I do it. No, I sometimes play stops. It depends. It depends on what it is. Right. With Disney, I don't set stops because I'm willing to hold Disney as long as I need to. And Disney's not going to fail. You know, Disney will probably go up over the next 5 years, in my opinion. And so, you know, if we drop, a lot of the time I'll just buy more. But again, I'm not telling anybody they should do that. That's a very risky strategy, and I have the money to do it. I have the money to hold Disney 5 years if I need to, you know, and I think that's something that most people don't, especially most people here. So that's the difference is like, you know, bag holding large blue chip companies, only specific ones can be fine. You know, I don't mind sitting on Disney. You know, if it's at $90 a share, Disney owns Star Wars, ESPN, you know, Marvel, superhero movies. You know, they're one of the largest media companies in the world. Over the next couple of years, you're going to get a new Star Wars movie. You know, you're going to get a new Marvel movie that causes, you know, high ticket sales. And so in that regard, when Disney drops to $85, $90 a share, in my opinion, there's value there, and I can just buy it up and sit. And if it drops to 70 or if it drops to 60, I'll cut it, you know, or something crazy like that. But that's just unlikely. And the amount of times I make money with it is going to compensate for that worst case scenario. Yeah. What a great joke, Anthony. What a hilarious joke. I think it was an overreaction. I'm still overall bullish, but I'm not married to any direction. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's how you have to be. That's how I am as well with it. Yeah, I think people underestimate Disney's value because of political bias, where it's like, I don't care about politics. Disney makes so much money, it doesn't matter. Disney World makes about 20 million a day from Star Wars, or from Disney World. 20 million a day, you know. I think ESPN still loses money though, but I think over time they'll make that back. All right. But yeah, I do this with Amazon. I do it with, there's only about 4 or 5 stocks that I'll really do this on. There's a few other ones, but mostly it's Apple, Amazon, Disney, Google. Yeah, that's about it. Apple, Amazon, Disney, Google, Microsoft. I would probably do it with Microsoft as well. Any company that's going to be around in 5 years, that's obvious. That's self-evidently going to be around. You know, I'll take that position strategy on. I try to stick with stocks that I know really well, though. I try to stick with stocks that I know really well because, you know, trade what you know. I think Warren Buffett said that. And so if I don't know about the company like that, then I usually won't take the same position. The only one that I've kind of done outside of that range of stocks is Snapchat. And the reason I did Snapchat was because, again, I saw an overreaction in Snapchat. Snapchat dropped down to 7s. You know, I got really, if you look at my Snapchat trades, I got in right around the lows here too. Here's Snap. Here's the lows at 7:30. If you look at this trade, I got in mostly around the lows here. When was this? This was in October. Yeah. Okay. So we can just pull a 90-day chart up. All right, so we're trying to do the show trades thing, but for whatever reason. But yeah, the only one I got into that I didn't do this one, that I would consider a little bit risky of a trade for most people is Snapchat. Again, the reason I consider it risky for most people is because Snapchat's not really profitable yet. It's what I call a mid cap. The big thing to understand with the strategy I'm using, guys, is do not fall for doing it in mid caps. Mid caps are the worst things to hold long term. All right, people get into them because they think there's growth opportunities, but most mid caps, there's vulnerabilities there. You know, like a lot of them are going to become obsolete over time. Like you can look at some prime examples of like Peloton. Peloton got absolutely destroyed over the last year. For whatever reason, I can't get the show trades thing to work. But yeah, Peloton got absolutely destroyed over the last year. Same thing with like BYND. You know, there's just a lot of examples of this. And so the risk here is trying to do what I'm doing now in mid caps. All right, if you try to do it in mid caps, again, those are not guaranteed long term. And so there's just a lot of risk in doing it that way. So the really important understanding here is that it has to be blue chip, healthy, long-term companies. Companies that when you look at that and you say, hey, is that going to be around in 5 or 10 years? And what's it look like? It's most likely going to be profitable and up over the next 5 years, but it's certainly like not even arguable going to be down, or not even arguably going to be out of business in 5 years, right? You got to look at Disney, Apple, Amazon, Google, you know, big companies that are obviously safe. Those are the only ones to do it on, because those are the only ones where there's true objective value. Anything else is vulnerable and risky. Lululemon, again, we had another guy here that, you know, what I've been saying about Lululemon is simple. I have been saying that Lululemon makes tons of money. I think I referred to it as a money-making machine multiple times here. Listen, I buy my wife and my daughter stuff from Lululemon all the time. I know how much money Lululemon makes right now. My argument was never that Lululemon was currently weak. Like, that was never my argument. I get people trying to kind of force that and make it seem like that was my argument because they're so desperate to be right that they really want to force that. And I'm not talking about you, Ace. I'm talking about somebody else that recently did this. My problem with Lululemon longer term is simple. Fashion brands have a lifespan of about 5 to 6 years, maybe 10 years max, right? Abercrombie and Fitch, where are they now? They're failing. Hollister, where are they at now? They're failing. American Eagle, they're not doing that great. You know, even like Kate Spade, Michael Kors, right? Fashion brands do not survive very long, right? So they might make tons of money. They might be the hippest, coolest, most popular thing now for young people to wear. Eventually, those young people are going to get older, and a new generation of children are going to get older, and they're going to say, hey, I don't want to wear my mom's clothes. Same thing happened with most fashion brands long term. The only ones that have been really safe are like Gucci, and even Gucci's kind of iffy. Polo, Ralph Lauren, and there's maybe a few other examples, but a large majority of fashion companies have a very limited amount of longevity that they're going to have in markets. They're not going to survive very long because, again, eventually trends and fashion changes. And so with that, Lululemon might make tons of money right now, and over the next few years, they're certainly making tons of money. But over the next 10 years, 5 to 10 years, Lululemon will almost certainly be much less in value than where it's at now. But again, we got a long time to wait. They're obviously making tons of money right now because they're popular. They're big, just like Hollister did and Abercrombie and Fitch and American Eagle did in 2007, 2006, right? But if you look at the difference now between now and then, look, here's American Eagle. What is it, AEO? Here's a 20-year American Eagle chart. No, I mean, I guess American Eagle's a little bit different. What did American Eagle? Okay, so yeah, American Eagle used to be in 06. American Eagle was $34. They've lost 50% of their value since then. What's Abercrombie and Fitch? All right, it's A and F. Abercrombie and Fitch has went from in 07, they were $85 a share. All right, right now. Honestly, I'm surprised they're $23 a share, but they're still down 75%. Right, 75%. This is the problem with fashion brands long term, is that you can't look at them and say, "Oh, they're making so much money." Again, maybe they survive. I'm not saying it's for sure. Maybe I'm wrong here, but like that's the problem. That's the vulnerability. It's not really a problem. It's one of the reasons. Like if I'm sitting on something for 20 years, it's not going to be Lululemon. It's not going to be Lulu. It's going to be something that I know is going to be around in 20 years. And unfortunately, we can't say that about Lulu. All right, so yeah, so again, we're kind of pulling back in that range. I sold almost at the top here in futures, which is nice. Oh, you could trade the chart, but you also need to trade the business. And my Twitter, it's at Beginner Trades. Here's the link right here. Thank you guys so much. We did break 93,000 and we got up to 93, almost 93.1K. So thank you guys so much. We broke 93,000 subscribers. Here's my Twitter page if you want to follow me. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that guy. I disagree. I think you can try to find the tops and bottoms on charting, right? Like charting is certainly not everything. It depends on the time frame you're using, right? Like my favorite way to use it is look for extension. And again, I don't like the way I trade is obviously profitable long term. Again, I could show you. Oh my gosh! Here, hold on. Let me stop my wife before she leaves, or my headphones are gonna die. Yeah, so hey baby, hey, are you home still?
Yeah, I'm home. I just got home.
Okay, yeah, can you bring me your AirPods?
Yeah.
All right.
Hang on, I'm outside with the dogs right now.
All right, well, hey, my headphones are dying, so if you can bring them to me, I appreciate it. All right, love you. Bye.
All right, love you. Bye.
But yeah, my point is like you could try to pick tops and bottoms. Like again, I try to find bottoms and extension. And again, this has been again, I've made thousands of dollars a month doing so over the last 6 months. And so I'm not really trying to critique any one trading style. Like people can do different things in trading. It doesn't have to be only one person's way of trading in terms of trading strategies, right? What I will say is like trade small and stop getting manipulated by emotion and penny stocks and fanboying stocks, right? Like, I like companies, but I'm never going to buy a company and just ignore the chart or ignore logic. I think that you have to look at things objectively. And I think that the reality of it is people can make a lot of different money in a lot of different ways. It doesn't all have to be one specific way. Like, there's no one right or wrong way to trade. You can try to get tops and bottoms. Like, that's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with trying to get tops and bottoms. Everything's not always technical as well. Like, I use technicals. Thank you. I use technicals, but I use mostly just extension. Fundamentals are going to trump technicals most of the time, right? So, like, long-term company health is going to trump a moving average or a major support or resistance area on a chart. It always does. And so that's the big difference there in terms of like trying to pick tops and bottoms, in my opinion. But it's a subjective thing. All right. All right, let me see if I can get these headphones to work. There we go. Nightbot's a bot. Yeah, I'll probably get some. John, yesterday everyone was a bull here, laughed at me being short. Yeah, but I mean, okay. It being different, having a different bias day to day is not wrong, though. You know what I mean? Like, to put it into perspective, I was bullish ahead of the Jerome Powell press conference, and my logic for being bullish was that it wasn't a hard data release, and then I think Jerome Powell wants the market to go up under his watch. I don't think he wants the market to drop, and so since it's not an actual data release, that I thought he was going to say some optimistic positive signs, and that's exactly what happened, right? The market ripped up. But yesterday at the opening bell, my sentiment switched, right? That's not emotion. That is just understanding after that big move up to 407s and 408s. After that big move up, again, the extension changed. Again, and we can look at this exact thing to show you, like, sentiment can change from day to day. That's not wrong. Like, sometimes if we move up too much, you switch your sentiment to the downside. It doesn't mean we're wrong. One thing that I've noticed heavily over the last like 3 months, two months, is that bearish traders get really weird with other traders on the long side. And I think over the last month and a half to 2 months, we've obviously gone up big percentages to the point where it's like I see a lot of bearish traders getting mad that we're going up or getting mad at people for being long biased. And I don't know if that's necessarily healthy. I think to a certain extent, it's ignoring what's actually going on. But I guess my overall point here, and regardless, we can agree to disagree, and it's all good. It's all love here, man. It doesn't matter too much. But I think my point here is that you can change your bias day to day. Like I said, yesterday I was bullish when we started moving up, and I was bullish before the Jerome Powell press conference. But again, as this tweet suggests, I changed my bias to the downside because the extension, in my opinion, as it says here, was on the upside yesterday. And so we're a little too extended on the upside for my taste. And so, of course, since we posted this, naturally we're moving down. And then again, my sentiment changed again to where I started buying up this dip. I bought up this dip in futures and made money on the upside. And so I think your sentiment can change day to day and even shorter term than that. And that's not necessarily wrong. That's just kind of how the market is, It's at beginner trades. Hide at beginner trades. Yeah, I'm not saying the chat wasn't bullish yesterday. Of course, the chat's always bullish, and again, they could be wildly wrong. I'm not talking about them. All I'm saying is that the sentiment can change, and I change my sentiment day to day based off of what the chart's showing me. You know, that's something that I've been doing pretty consistently. We make a lot of money doing so. And so I guess my point is that it's not, um, is that it's okay to change your sentiment day to day. Now, of course, the chat might have been wildly wrong yesterday. That might be true. I don't know. Now we'll pull it back a little bit. We're right around that $400 level. We'll see if we actually hold support. Yeah, you have to go with the flow. What did I just do with my headphones, bro? This is why I don't like AirPod Pros, bro. Somehow I disconnected the music by just pressing something. How do you do it? Do you click? Ow. Where'd the music go, bro? These freaking headphones. Okay, there we go. That's why I get the regular AirPods. All right, so we're up to 401.15s. Starting to bounce back and forth a little bit here. And again, thank you guys so much for helping me hit 93,000 subscribers. We finally broke that level. That's great. That's amazing. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you. We're going to get ready to trade futures now. We're going to get ready to trade some futures. And again, you can see we're actually a little green in futures right now. I'm not arguing with you, John. Do you you do pretty darn good. Look at the daily SPY chart for the past year. What does it say? What I see here on the daily SPY chart is that we had a pretty bearish trend throughout the past year. But since early October, we've had a pretty big rebound. That's also looking a little bit more sideways in trend since June. You know, so I think the trend of the market has been mostly sideways since June. We're back over $400, and we've had a pretty big rebound over the last 2 months, roughly. Yeah, we try to get up early, Murphy. I'm a morning person. Carol hates it, but I'm a morning person. I get up super early every day. Even on weekends, I can't sleep late if I want to. Yeah, and it's all good. That guy, you know, like I said, it's all good, brother. Like I said, we could. I think we agree for the most part. I think you're just talking about the Bears or the Bulls yesterday being unrealistic, and that's fine. You know, I understand that too, for sure. I guess we're starting to bounce back up. We're pretty sideways and neutral right now. Thanks for always hosting the events. Yeah, all good, man. Thank y'all for being here. But now I'm sure big time with Inverse ETF spot at 360. Write it down. I love charts. Charts are really what I use the most. I use fundamentals, of course, but like charts are my bread and butter, man. Look at my videos. I don't know if you're talking to me. You might be referencing somebody else. Yeah, I 100% agree, though, Eric. Eric said, John, I agree with your observation that bears tend to resent bulls when things are going up. 100%. That's something I've noticed a lot. And I've noticed the bears are really calling people names and insulting people. And not that guy's not, of course. I'm going to clarify. That guy is not. I'm not talking about you. But one thing I'll notice is that bears just get really weird sometimes, man. You know, and I'm not really a bear or bull per se. Like, there's certain stocks I'm really bullish on long term, obviously. But I take both directions. Like, I'll go long and short depending on what we do, you know, depending what the market looks like, depending what the chart looks like, really. So it's not like I don't think staying in one direction only is the right move. I think you got to look at both directions. And I think learning how to trade on the long side will make you a better short trader and vice versa too. And so I think you got to learn to short as well as long stuff. But again, I think I'm biased because, like, Snapchat is a great example, right? Snapchat dropped down to like 730 or whatever. I bought a pretty big position, made a bunch of money very quickly after the earnings dropped. So Snapchat had earnings, and Snapchat just tanked down from their earnings report. And so after that, I bought it up. And when I bought it up, I had so many people make fun of me. So many people say, oh, you're dumb, or whatever they want to say, right? They just called me names and all this ridiculous stuff. And then the Snapchat rebounded, you know, freaking 30-40% within a week. It's just kind of crickets. It's silence, you know? And so it's like they were calling all these names before, and then Snapchat does exactly what I wanted it to, and then it's just kind of crickets. They're not like, hey, bro, you were right, man. You know, instead, they just kind of double down on, you know, toxicity sometimes. And I think that makes me a little bit more biased against certain bearish traders, just because, you know, if you're confident in your position, no reason to call names, no reason to make fun, you know. Thank you, Alex. Hey, thank you, brother. All right, guys. So yeah, we got about 13 minutes. Yeah, I got out of Snap already, bro. I've been out of Snapchat. Listen, I swing trade. So those type of trades where I buy it after the dip, if I'm up 40%, I take profits super fast. I scaled out of Snapchat from high 7s, low 8s is where I got in, and then I sold it just under $10. So 25% really is what I made. Something like that. Yeah, I feel you, guy. Again, I understand completely. Tops. See, Tops, I'm definitely biased against. I've watched Tops trading, Top Ship. I've watched this stock for the last 6-7 years, you know, in trading. I really have. I've seen it all. It's been split to death. You know, if you look at a daily chart on Tops, you see how much it's been diluted. So, or not diluted, maybe. You can see how much it's been split. You know, they get NASDAQ delisting notices, and so they just kind of split it up. They reverse split it to save it, and it's still at only $6 a share. So it's just one of those companies where this thing has been getting manipulated by my guess. And again, I'm not 100% sure, but my guess is insiders in the company. All this stuff has been getting manipulated for half a decade now, and so I just don't trust Tops at all. I don't trade it. I'm definitely not buying it. I've just seen it so long, man. I've been watching that stock for years, and I just don't trust it at all. But yeah, thank you, Murphy. We appreciate it. Looking to buy the gap and short the rip today. The revision of last report still shows higher unemployment. Yeah, I mean, unemployment is going to be seen as a positive thing right now. Higher unemployment is going to be seen as is going to cause a better reaction in markets as opposed to a worse reaction conventionally. The reason for that is because anything that adds to spending is going to make inflation worse, and that's causing fear. And so because of that, that's kind of how the market's been acting. Especially like you can see it with payroll numbers. Payrolls came in 63,000 higher than expected, and so with that, market ended up just dropping big. You see this big drop in the S&P 500 right here because of it. You see this huge drop is because payroll numbers came in 63,000 higher than expected, which means more spending, which means drops in markets. Nice. All right, guys, we got about 9 minutes. All right, so Pawn got, we have an online spinner. And so we're going to put the names for everybody in the memes, Xbox, PlayStation giveaway, and we're going to spin that up Monday. So Monday, we're going to announce the winner of the giveaway. And then whoever wins, like I said, just let me know whether you'd rather a gift card or an actual PlayStation or Xbox. PlayStation or Xbox, there might be some type of wait to get it, depending on availability. But if you guys want me to order that for you, I can. Also, guys, y'all check out Chart Prime. Chart Prime is a trading view indicator service. We do use Chart Prime a ton. We're going to talk about them a little bit later, but it's a trading view indicator service. And so what I really like them for is they give you, they show you the, like here's the SPY, right? So we trade the SPY a lot. Right now we're looking at the S&P 500 on the chart. What Chart Prime does is they are a trading view indicator service. And so you can use them with just candlestick patterns, but if you add candlestick patterns with their market oracle here, and you wait for multiple ones to show up together, it can be really, really powerful. And here's a great example of that. All right, so again, here's a great example. If we really look at this, look at all these ones show up at once, right? So look at all these bearish engulfing candles show up at once. You know, what does that mean? When you get a lot of them that show up at once, what happens afterwards? We get a nice little drop, right? Even following that, here's a bullish engulfing and a possible reversal up. And then following that, we do get a nice little bounce here. And so again, it's called Chart Prime. It's a trading view indicator service. We're going to have Piper on here later talking about them a little bit more. But if you want to check them out, link is in the description. Oh, wait, I got the wrong link up. My bad, guys. It's a holiday sale going on. Let me fix the link. I got to change this. Yeah, they are a sponsor, but they got a deal going on right now, 40% off. Oh, well, yeah, on Twitter, it was a Twitter giveaway. On Twitter, we had everybody post their favorite stock market or market meme and then follow and like. And we're going to pick a random person out of there. Monday, we're going to be doing the giveaway, so y'all be ready. All right, guys, market opens up in about 6 minutes. Yeah, you as well. I hope you guys have a great day. It's not really a holiday right now. Is Tops a good buy? Probably not, but I have no idea. Tops is a consistent pump and dump that's been pumping and dumping and getting reverse splitted to stay listed on the NASDAQ for the last 5 to 6 years. And so if you're talking about whether Tops, in my personal subjective opinion, is a good, healthy company, absolutely not. In my personal subjective opinion, don't hate me, Tops fanboys, but yeah, in my opinion, it's not. It's a terrible company that's been manipulated over and over again over the last half a decade. We talked about Beach. We gave Beach Bum a plug earlier. He comes in really early. So he comes in really early. All right, guys, 5 minutes. Yeah, like I said, we're going to try to take a little bit. So at the opening bell, the day trading has been just terrible, right? So what we're going to try to do today is we're going to try to take a little bit longer term trades based off of extension right now. So like we break lows, we drop heavy, we'll buy it up. You know, and we're just gonna have to wait because frankly the extension has just been, or the day trading action in the first hour or two after the opening bell has been absolutely terrible. And for my trading, at least for scalping specifically. Yeah, market's starting to bounce back up. Let me know how you guys are doing this week. Green or red week this week, guys. Let me know. Green or red. And every time I click my headphones, it accidentally unpauses. It pauses it. All right, team. 3 minutes. Three minutes, guys. Let me know what you guys think. All right, so we had some pretty big drops. Yeah, y'all join our Discord. There's the Discord link. We got a lot of cool stuff coming to our Discord channel too, like a live part of the Discord, voice chat, all that stuff for the open. Yeah, check out the daily mover section. If you do like penny stocks, again, Pawn's got some good stuff there. Check out that link to the Discord and then check out the daily mover section. You'll kind of see a little bit of what's going on in the markets. All right, guys, 30 seconds. Ten seconds, guys. Market's starting to move up a little bit ahead of this. The dollar index has been moving down some too. So we did have that extension on the upside like I thought we might over the past few days. All right, there's the opening bell. SPY moving up a little bit ahead of it. Let's see if it actually holds any of these gains or not. There's the opening bell at 4.240s. Again, we are going to be taking longer term trades here today, longer term day trades, that is, where we set stops. So just kind of let longer term trades happen. SPY up to 403s. Still pushing up big here. Could have held that dip I bought, I guess. AMC still falling down pretty drastically. SPY all the way back up to 403s. Yeah, I've been talking about futures market there, that guy. So again, you can take longer term day trades in futures and still be day trades. It's just longer term. Yeah, so we're already up a little bit. You can see we're up about 35 bucks right now in futures. What's the better short squeeze play? AMC, GameStop, Bed Bath coming to life yesterday. No, we got to go by short float, I think. If we're looking at it, we got to go by float size as well as short float. GameStop's got about 21% short float, but a smaller float than AMC. AMC's got less short float and larger float, which means it's not the best. We have Bed Bath & Beyond, which still has about 40 to 90% short float. So in terms of actual squeeze play, I think Bed Bath & Beyond is probably the best in terms of potential for an actual squeeze play. In terms of actual upward movement, I would say AMC is probably the best, but it's not really a squeeze play. You know, I get it. The people holding AMC call everything that every time it moves up, they call it a squeeze. It's really not. AMC's got such a large float and such a relatively small short float that it's just not going to get a big parabolic squeeze, you know. So I would say AMC's got the bigger chance of going up, but if we're talking about actual like real squeezes, where Bed Bath & Beyond is more primed for it. SPY still ripping up really nicely here to get extensions on the bottom now. All right, SPY still pumping all the way back up to 404s. Any reason for the drop earlier? Yeah, we had non-farm payroll numbers come in much higher than expected. Unemployment rate came in neutral, and non-farm came in much higher than expected, which is bad for inflation. It's bad for spending. So the market fell when that data came out at 8:30. Well, no, what a squeeze actually is, though, Eric, a squeeze means like, so when a short trader shorts a stock, right? In order to cover that short position, you actually have to buy your shares back, right? So if you buy your shares back and cover the position, right? And so with that, when you get a lot of short traders in one specific stock and we start to break their stop loss levels all at once, they all have to buy it at once to cover the position, and that actually pushes the stock up, which is called a short squeeze, right? It's just from shorts having to cover their positions. SPY's moving up right now. Some people are considering what we have going on right now in the SPY short squeeze, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, Nicholas. Not sure, brother. No, I haven't traded it. I made some money buying this in pre-market on the Emini, but I haven't actually traded it yet. But yeah, I mean, AMC and GameStop both only have about a 20% short float. So it's not like GameStop when it squeezed up to over 500, it had 120%, just to put it into perspective. So it literally had 10x, or it literally had it had such a much larger short float than AMC or GameStop currently has, and that's why I went up to 500 plus, you know. And so right now the short float is just not super high for AMC or GameStop. Bed Bath & Beyond short float, from what I'm showing, is high, but it's hard to find accurate data in terms of short data. I have no idea what's going to happen here. No idea. All right, so we're just gonna sit back here. I don't really have anything to take right now. I mean, obviously, a really bullish open. SPY still under the 200 moving average from the non-farm payroll drop, but right now we're looking really strong, and so I don't really have any trades to take. You know, it looks like we might fill the gap, and if we do, then that's great. But I don't really have a trade to take into this. Opening bell's already here. Make sure y'all hit the live button next to the play button to make sure you're caught up on stream. AMC pulling back a little bit. We got a first red candle in the market too. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if anybody. Market just broke highs again, almost up to 204s. AMC reverse it pretty fast here down to 823s. All right, guys, so AMC completely reversing back down here. Market's still kind of pumping up. We're almost up to 404. So I haven't really taken any trades since the opening bell. I'm just looking for extension. Yeah, I'm just looking for extension. I'm going to start shorting here. And this will be a longer term short. If we start to break highs, I'll cut it again. But again, what I'm trying to do is take a little bit longer term trades. And just trying to ride momentum as I've been seeing it. All right, so we just made about 15 bucks. We're up about 50 on the day. Again, I thought we were a little bit extended on the upside. I thought it was due for a pullback. So we'll wait now. All right. All right, guys, so we're just kind of sitting back here. I'm just kind of waiting. It looks like my short would have kept working here. Using patience here. We got a little bit of a bounce back. AMC popping back up, trying to break highs again. I don't want to buy this pullback yet. I think the extension still might be on the upside at this point, but I don't know. We're going to wait. Big pullback, so again, that move would have worked here. Big pullback now. We're testing the volume weighted average price here. So if you look at it, there's the actual S&P 500 VWAP. All right, so we're bouncing up a little bit, right around the volume weighted average price of the SPY. We started to break under the VWAP, then I'll take that position, of a short position is what I mean. Made a little bit of money on the long side and short side today, so we're just kind of sitting back. All right, guys. So market started to turn under volume weighted average price again. We got to still just sit and wait. Where are these notifications coming from? There we go. All right, so we're still kind of consolidating right around the VWAP on the SPY here. Yeah, I'm just being patient right now. I just don't see any trend. We're pulling back to the volume weighted average price on the SPY here. So I just kind of have to sit here and wait. I see the trend starting to bounce up a little bit. AMC just broke pretty deep below the numbers. Numbers are already out here, guys. So I'll put the numbers up on the bottom of the screen now. Numbers are already out right there at the bottom of the screen. They've been out for, an hour now. All right, so reversing pretty quick. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. All right, so market hasn't really done much since I had to go to the restroom, and now it's starting to break under volume weighted average price. We'll see if we short it once it breaks down. Yeah, that was Discord. Honestly, I can't. Oh, I know what it is. I see. All right, so again, market's kind of sitting right around the volume weighted average price on the spot. The dollar index is pretty neutral too. AMC's trying to move some, but we're pretty slow right now, guys. I mean, we're neutral in the day, almost completely neutral. AMC just broke under $8 a share here. Like I said, we're up about 50 bucks on the day in futures, but market starting to bounce up a little bit at the volume weighted average price, but again, we're so neutral. Yeah, there's real no edge. This is one of the choppier days I've seen in the markets here. I'm surprised we're this neutral. Man, we are pretty choppy right now, guys. There's just not really much going on here. I mean, look. That's the range over the last 5, 6, 7 minutes or so. Man, it's been a while since I've seen the market this slow. I mean, the market's been just garbage. I'm just glad I'm green on the day. We made a little bit of money shorting that top. We almost got out exactly near the top too. But we had to kind of pivot our trading style to bet more on the choppiness like we have been lately. So we just got to wait for a range break on the upside or downside now. And it's just pretty neutral. There's just not much going on. The market's honestly so choppy. AMC broke down. The dollar index is kind of slowly moving up. So the dollar index is not really choppy. The dollar index is moving some over a longer period of time. It's definitely sideways, but like short term. When does earnings season start? Hey, y'all hit that subscribe button. We don't charge a penny for anything. We don't sell courses, services. We just put everything out there for free. If you haven't already subscribed, what's the next Netflix earnings call? January. Okay. AMC started to break down. Markets starting to look weaker now. I mean, this looks weak here. I'm going to take a short position. I think we've been trending too small. I think we want to break the range. And it probably serves me right to try to trade this chop. What? How am I down so much on one contract in like 2 minutes in a really choppy market? That's weird. Why is my P&L going like this? Okay, I guess I'll cut it, but that's strange, man. Why did my P&L move like that fast? I guess we're starting to finally move up, but again, you really just got to wait for the market to break out of this range. I was hoping we'd get a breakdown under the volume weighted average price, but we didn't. Yeah, man, this choppiness is, I mean, we're green on the day, but not by much, you know. But I mean, we're green enough to be okay. The problem is that there's no real direction move to attack here. AMC started to pop back up though. It's at 805s. Yeah, it's just been neutral, man. It's been a choppy market. Most of the big moves have been happening in pre-market, even yesterday, right? Yesterday we had a big rejection at the top and then basically neutral action all day. The day before that, we had neutral action literally all day. The day before that, we had neutral action for the first 2 hours. The day before that, we had neutral action for the first 3 hours. The day before that, we had all day neutral activity. The day before that, we trended well on the 23rd for the first 2 hours. Day before that, we sideways action again. Day before that, sideways action for the first hour. Day before that, we trended well. But yeah, you can kind of see like a majority of days are neutral, unfortunately. Which is all right. Like, market has periods of time like this. Again, your job is to trade small or not trade at all on days like today. I like the Christmas music going on. Yeah, market's been going up crazy. Hey, thank you, Timber. Yeah, market's been going up crazy big over the last few days. Like, we're down a little bit right now, but again, we're just kind of signaling choppy trends. I'm going to bet to the short side again. Again, if I lose today, it's going to be almost break even, so it's okay. I'm hoping we get a flush under VWAP just so we can get a trend. I think we've been consolidating sideways too long over it, so I'm hoping we get a flush, but if not, we'll cut it, you know. Again, if we had some extension to capitalize on, we'd take it. Maybe a little bit extension on the upside from the jobless data here. AMC still breaking down. It's at 810s right now, though. It's not too bad. Again, so we're going to short, and we're going to make this a little bit longer term of a short, I think. We're just going to sit in this. Like, that's the plan that I've been trying to make now lately in the market. It's just a longer term day trades, because I think you have to with chop. And maybe I'm wrong. If we break underneath this, though, we'll have to cut it. And we're still down like $10 on the day. But yeah, another kind of example of just the opening bell just being garbage. We made money in pre-market, so luckily we had like a decent little cushion here to play with. Tomorrow being like the first week into full week into December, might be some interesting stuff that happens. Yeah, with oh man, I look up, market's popping up a little bit, and maybe we get an upward trend. This kind of looks green, though. My laptops. Yeah, man, you gotta. Yeah, for laptops, I might have to get my daughter one. We're gonna have to buy her one. Sorry, I'm scheduling something for crypto. All right, guys. Again, we are in this. Like I said, I'm trying to take a little bit longer term trades. Basically betting that the market's going to break down because I think the market was weak and then we bounced to recover a little bit from that, and then now we might have a little correction pullback here. Is what the reason I'm taking this trade. We'll see though. We'll see. All right, guys. So we are getting that reversal. We're about green on this position now. All right, guys. So we're also going to be having. Hold on 1 second. Right, so we're green in this now. Let me see if I can find something here. All right, so we're popping back up again. Again, my goal is to be just patient as I can with this. Starting to break down again. We're slightly green here. I need a transparent Sam Bankman-Fried picture. I gotta open up. What's a website that'll take the background out of an image? Hoping is not a good way to trade. I mean, like I said, my swing trades have been so profitable. You know, I'm not hoping. I'm just betting on probabilities. Like, thank you, Timber. Hey, thank you so much, Timber. I appreciate it. But yeah, we're not using hope. We're using probabilities. Yeah, for sure. All right, cool. I think I found one. Oh, nice. I found a website. Cool. Got one. Didn't really do it the best, but that's okay. Let me find a different one. Bear with me, guys. Hold on one second. All right, so we're starting to get a little bounce back up. Again, we're going to be a little bit more patient with these positions. We'll give it some time to break down. If it does, great. If it doesn't, oh well. All right, so AMC's starting to really break down here, guys. Really break down. All right, let's talk. Oh, also, guys, we're going to be talking to, we got about 1 minute left. If y'all want to check out Top Step, here is the link. Again, we're in a funded account program for futures, so we're trying to day trade some of this volatility, but it's been incredibly choppy. To check out Top Step, I'll post this link. Again, great way to help support the channel. Top Step is a funded account program for futures. And so they give you a demo. If you can hit their target on their demo while following their rules, they fund you. There's no PDT in futures. You can day trade short as much as you want in the futures market with no PDT restrictions. And Top Step is the most legitimate funded account program in the world. Great way to try it out, get your feet wet without risking a bunch. There's the link in chat if you want to check it out. Who we got going on today? We got Army Piper. He is somebody that works a lot with Chart Prime, which is a trading view indicator service. Really, really useful service. Ultimately, gives you a lot of edge in markets, guys. So we're going to talk to him. We're going to bring him on right now and to talk a little bit about Chart Prime, who we've been looking at right here. So let's go ahead and bring him on. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing, brother? How's it going?
It's going well, man. It's going well. How are you?
I'm doing great, man.
Good, man. Yeah, man. So market's a little boring, a little choppy. I might have to cut my futures position here just because we're gonna trending sideways right now. But you know, it happens. How you doing in this market, man?
The sideways action's been rough on everybody, even crypto, man. So
yeah, for sure, definitely, dude, definitely. So yeah, man, this is a guy, guys. His name's Army. He's taught me a lot about how to use Chart Prime. And so I think that's what we're going to talk about a little bit more today on stream. While he's talking, I'm going to put this up. If you want to check out Chart Prime, there is the link for it. If you want to check it out. You know, Chart Prime, like I said, what I really like using it for as a scalper is these candlestick indicators. Like even during this chop, you can see they've been pretty accurate. Even during this little choppy action here, you can see bullish engulfing candle. What happens? We get a nice little bounce over the next few minutes. Bullish engulfing, we get a bounce, possible reversal up, we get a bounce. And so you can kind of see how Chart Prime can be accurate. So yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm actually going to show you another one. Do I have a way to share my screen?
Yeah,
with
yeah. You just go to share at the bottom.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, so then you just share your screen.
I actually don't see that. Let me see
Okay.
here.
Oh, so go to click present. Maybe try present.
There we go. Share
Yeah.
screen.
Yeah, there you go.
Because I have a Mac and it won't let me do anything that I want.
Right, right. Yeah, Macs are notorious for that, man. They're notorious. You even sent me the thing about Apple wanting some a cut of Coinbase too. So they've always kind of been a little bit tricky, I guess, you know. So yeah, guys. Currently SPY popping up to 403s. We'll put the SPY up here, but again, choppy neutral activity so far. You know, we are testing the highs though, so it's starting to look a little bit better than it did. We'll see if we get some more breakouts, you know. Even if I'm wrong about the trade I'm in right now, I wouldn't mind getting just some type of breakout action, some type of trend action. We're just so neutral today. We had data drop that dropped the market, but the momentum on the last few days has been on the upside. So I think that's causing just some chop right now.
So I think I've got that set up here.
Okay. So I don't see it on my end. If I saw it, so it would show me. I would see your option, your screen on the bottom if it was gonna allow me to do it. I'm also gonna cut this futures trade just to give you guys a heads up, team. Let me pull this up real quick. And yeah, we're just gonna cut it. We got a little bit of a pullback at the 200 EMA. I'll let it break the 200 EMA first. So yeah, oh wait, he left. Oh no. There we go. Let me check it. All right, market's starting to pop back up a little bit. Yeah, I guess we'll just cut our short position and reload. There we go. We're out. Pretty neutral day though. Oh, there he is. Okay, you're back.
Yep, it absolutely closed down all of Google Chrome there when I did that.
Yeah, all good, all good. Yeah, so there you go. I can see your screen now. You ready?
Perfect. Yep, we're ready.
Cool. There you go.
So this is one of the strategies that I use when I'm using Chart Prime for scalping. And it actually works with the whole lot. So on the left here, I'm using the SPY on 1 minute. And on the right side here, I've got the SPY on 15 minutes. Okay. Right. And I'm just doing, the typical split screen that's available on TradingView right here.
Right.
And what I like to do with it is just so you're tracking, I've got the market oracle set on reversal mode, and I've got my trend line set on 20.
Okay.
And the reason that I like to do this is with the higher time frame too, because I can get the trend on the right side and then scalp it on the left based on the trend that it's moving in. So as you can see here on the 15-minute, we got an uptrend on yesterday's market, which gave it to the upside, and it rode all the way up through there. Another important feature that I use on mine is I'm going to turn off some items here, and I will leave up the support resistance for you here. Sure. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the SPY just so you can see this actual range. And what this is called the predictive ranges. And they actually will print when the price action moves into a new zone, and it will be there the entire time that it trades within that range. So this is a predictive, not a lagging indicator. It's a predictive indicator.
Right.
And so the blue line will be your delta. That's your median, right? But anything in that range should trade a majority in the gold bands along the delta line. And then you've got your upper resistance band and your lower support band. And then your two purples here are going to be your fake out breakout points, which will start a new predictive range. And if I bring this back in here, you'll see we have traded a majority of this range inside of the gold pocket of this predictive range, you see?
Right.
So the reason this works so well is now I know when I get to these points, for example, on the delta, I got support. I can now trade off of this and move that as a trade off of the delta coming up, because I know that it's now support. When we got up to here, take your profit. Now, obviously we did break here, but I look now at the point here with my upper resistance coming in for the dynamic reactor is very strong resistant for a rejection if we do make it
Right.
up there. So
yeah, and that dynamic reactor is just really a powerful thing too. It kind of can take the place of a VWAP. Yeah, it's a little bit better than the VWAP in some ways too, but can be really, really useful. Really, really useful. It's called the dynamic reactor. It's that big, it's the big green and red line that you can see following everything.
Correct, right here.
Yeah,
all this.
yeah, man. And again, that's you'll notice if you just look at the charts, you'll notice how much the stocks will actually follow that. Is really what it shows you, because it'll show you kind of how much the stocks will follow that. So it can be really useful. And the big edge I was trying to talk about today with Chart Prime is when you combine all of them together, right? When you combine all the different stuff, and again, I kind of show some stuff, but I only show like a small percentage of what happens. They have their oscillator here, which you can use at the bottom. You can see at the bottom of his chart. Let me move the thing out the way real quick. So yeah, you can see the oscillator at the bottom. They have the Oracle, which automatically documents support and resistance. They have a support and resistance bundle if you just want support and resistance. They have the chart patterns, which you can see shows the triangles and all that stuff, and then the candlesticks. And again, the real edge is using all of them together to find an edge in the market. I think you kind of just combine them all together.
Correct. And like right now, we're getting a possible reversal down on this candle 2 minutes ago, and now we're getting that fall to the downside, which you can see. What I like to use the oscillator for, and the oscillator is one of our most powerful tools, honestly. Like down here right now, you can see that we've got overbought. We've got 3 golden boxes and a downtrend red triangle there, right?
Right.
And so what I like to look for is when we get this and we're in, when we now have this 0 line on our oscillator, and then we have the bearish zone up here, and you can actually set these to what you want them at. I currently have mine set at negative 85 and 85 on the range. So we have a bearish zone and a bullish zone. We're in the bearish zone. We had overbought. We got the downtrend. Then we got this twist in the ribbon. Do you see this twist right here?
Yeah.
When you get those twists in the ribbons out of these zones, these usually lead to very good moves. As you can see right here, we got another one that we just printed here, and that gave us a downtrend that we're in. And then bouncing off the 0 line, we got another twist right here, which gave us all of this. So when you use the oscillator in conjunction with the predictive ranges here, because we knew we were getting all the support here, and you see this candle actually got its support on the gold, on the upper gold line. So it's all in conjunction. When you get multi-confluence through the Chart Prime indicators, they definitely tell you a story, and that story will help guide you in the right direction most of the time. So
and they also do free, like they'll do classes with you if you want to know how to use these, so if you're a little bit confused today, that's okay. They do classes which show you, in more detail. They've got a great Discord, guys, which they show you in more detail kind of how to use the indicators in a really effective way. That's something that gave me a lot of value when I was kind of learning how to use them. And it's something that can be just really helpful in terms of just using Chart Prime as a whole, really.
Absolutely. Could I drop a link to you for the Discord community? Because it doesn't cost anything to join our Discord community, and you can see a lot of what we do over there. But most importantly is that we have the free classes if you do sign up as a premium member, and we do have that Christmas special the holiday special going on right now. So you can get it pretty cheap and get locked in. But the most important part is those classes, they're live, they're taught live. So,
and every Wednesday they do like a market group too, right? So
we do a round table that's for our premium members every Wednesday, and then we do Monday and Friday live classes. And we've even had some situations where people could not actually get into the scheduled time for the classes, and we will work live one-on-ones with that individual off at a time that works for them. So and Chart Prime is not a super expensive thing either. It's not like this is an incredibly expensive thing. If you look at the screen right here, guys, with the discount, it's very cheap. It's less than $60 a month. Again, they're going to give you candlestick indicators, just so much different stuff that you can use to find an edge in your trading. And so I think, considering how cheap it is, they got deals going on right now. If you've ever wanted to try it out, right now might be the time. And if you do want to check it out, again, link is in the description. You can also see the link right here in chat. But yeah, check them all out, guys. At least join the Discord. Have a look at them. At least
take a look at what they're offering. And yeah, they're a sponsor of mine, of course, but just really useful service that I genuinely use. Like I said, I usually I'm a shorter term trader, so I'll use their candlestick momentum indicators, their proprietary algorithm with their Oracle, and it just is really, really useful. And if you look back at the time frame, it's surprisingly accurate as well. You know.
Absolutely. We get a lot of stuff off of it. Some other things that we also offer in our community is we do crypto and Forex signals, live signals.
Right.
So if I go into our Discord here, you can actually see some of the stuff that we have in here. We've got financial news that we put up every day that I post into here. We've got crypto signals where we call out actual trades for crypto and Forex signals that we put into here. So, and you can see, I mean, they're high trade accuracy on those. We also do an entire education center, which is all free. It's part of the membership for education. What did I just do with it? I dropped it right there. So yeah, one-on-one training, settings and strategies. We also have a book that we just put out for all of our items, all of our trade stuff. And you can see right here.
And this is a stocks, crypto, futures, Forex. Like every trading view has all these different trading vehicles that you could use. So regardless of what your niche is in trading, you know.
Yep. But yeah, this is our book that we put out. It also, you get this when you sign up. It gives you what all the different indicators are, pictures of them, examples, how to use them, and all that too. So yeah, we and our trades over there, we have a community that's very active. They put their own trade setups in here. This is one of our members, Shiloh Patrick. He puts stuff in here all the time. And so very active community, very supportive community, no toxicity. Just a very supportive community. And you can see some of our profits. I mean, we're 64%, 42%. All of our Forex trades, I mean, 123% on ETH there, 84%, 157%. So our members are crushing it over there. And this is all from, you know, using Chart Prime. We have a lot of full-time traders like you in our community, and they like to jump into the lobby and do live stuff. And then, you know, of course, I also do a show, the Primetime Show on the Chart Prime YouTube channel too. So I'd like to have you on there sometime if you're interested, John.
Yeah, of course, man. I'd love to come on, man. And that's what I'm saying. Like when you consider the value of the community, the Discord, the indicators, the just everything combined together, it makes a lot of sense. And again, it's not like you'll see some courses and classes and indicators charging hundreds or thousands of dollars. And this is like a what, $60 minus the discounts. So just very cheap, And so check them out, guys. Chart Prime. Again, you can see the link in the description. You could also catch the link in the chat. I think I put it in the chat. Yeah, put the Discord link in the chat. And I'll also add, if you want to go back and just in case you want to join their Discord, I'll also add their Discord link into the chat or into the description as well. I mean, so I'll go ahead and add that there so y'all can catch that too.
Yeah, that's absolutely free to join as a base member into our Discord, and you can still get access to the community. We actually have a lot of members in there that aren't premium members that are in our community and talking active every day because they can still see the other members' trade setups and get advice. Sometimes you're on the fence about a trade. You know, do I take this or do I not? And just getting someone else to look at your charts and go, yeah, that's actually what I'm seeing too. That helps, and we get that a lot. Like I said, a lot of support in our community. So
yeah, for sure. Well, yeah, man, I definitely check it out, guys. Like I said, they are a sponsor of mine, but it's something I truly use. I don't accept a lot of sponsors, to be honest. I only have 2 right now. And, you know, I try to only accept things that I genuinely use. And Chart Prime's definitely one of them. Again, even if you just consider the candlestick indicators, like you can try to read those things yourself in the markets. You're not going to be able to catch them all. They'll show you them. When you find them grouped together, I find a profound edge in that. And so again, check them out, guys. You know, really useful, to be honest.
Absolutely. Yeah. One thing I'm watching right now on the SPY 15-minute, just so you know, we do have the uptrend arrow on the oscillator right now, and we did get a single block. Right now, we're starting to this widening, which is momentum, which was all from this momentum of this drop here, is actually starting to tighten back up. And so I'll be watching for this to do something like this here, where we get this little twist down here. I think it could go a little bit lower, probably break out of this rising wedge that we're in, which is an auto printed chart off of Chart Prime pattern. I mean, so we're probably going to drop out of this, but I would look for support at either our Delta line, which is coming in currently at 401 on the SPY, which is also going to coincide with our dynamic reactor at the same time. So if we get that, this is definitely going to twist in the ribbon as a bounce on that point. So we'll probably get down into this range right here with the breakout. If we don't catch support here, probably come down to our second gold range, because like I told you, we like to trade within the gold pocket of the predictive ranges.
Sure, sure.
And when that happens, we'll get the twist down here on the oscillator, and I would be looking for a long there. So
yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
let's see if it happens, man. It makes a lot of sense.
yeah, and that's how I read these charts. Also on this oscillator, we do print on here, which is very helpful. We print these normal bearish divergences, hidden divergences for bearish and bullish, multiple divergences, which I have it set on triple right now. And you can see yesterday we got a double here on the bearish divergence, and then we opened up today on the downside. So it was all set up there, telling us what was coming from yesterday's close. So
Interesting. For sure. Yeah, man. 100%. I'll have to look a little. I still got, there's so much that they offer that it's hard to kind of catch everything. So I still got to learn a lot more myself personally. But again, just from using them, it just makes sense how cheap they are, to be honest. Like they're $60 a month plus discounts for what they give you. And again, there's so much different stuff. Like just to put my screen back up. If you look at the oscillator here, you can see the oscillator at the bottom. You can see candlestick patterns, which is what I use heavily. You can see bullish engulfing candles really called this bottom here too. If you look at this, like look at the bottom. And I was going short here, so I should have listened to this. But you can see all of these show up at once. All of these show up at once. You get 3 different signals at once. And then look at the follow through run up we get. Even this last one, possible reversal down, we get a drop after that. And so it's been kind of accurate. You know, it's been kind of accurate even today, guys. So yeah.
I'm going to help you with your chart there, which is another thing we do in our round table, because a lot of people don't know trading views, so we help them with that. If you click that gear in the top right there next to publish, top right,
this
yep,
right here,
click that,
okay.
And then go to your status line, and then click that where it says arguments and values, and click that off, and then click OK. And now you will see that it took away all those lines of data after your
right
indicators.
Here.
Yep.
Yeah. You showed me that before. Somehow I got back to it, but it makes it look a lot cleaner too.
It does. Absolutely. Yeah. So we do a lot of training on that too. We show people how to use, Fibonacci, how to use the MACD, trend-based fib extensions. So we don't just train on how to use chart prime indicators. We also train people on how to use free indicators in conjunction for more confluence, because the more confluence, obviously, the more successful your trade. And at the end of the day, chart prime indicators wants their subscribers to make money. So, yeah, so we teach everything.
Yeah, and even looking at this recent signal here, look, here's possible reversal down. It called the reversal down at 404.70s. We are now at 403.30s. And so just to show you, people can, say whatever they want, but the numbers don't lie here. You can see, and again, you also have this dynamic reactor at the top that is pushing it down too. And so it's if you really go back and you look at the time frame of this and you look at the predictive algorithm here, you'll see how accurate it is. It's pretty accurate.
Yeah. Also, that second red dot you have there in your oscillator.
Yeah, right here.
Dropping out of the cloud. No, the second one. At the end that just happened.
Right here. Yeah.
That is actually indicating that we may slow down on momentum now, because we're out of the cloud. The cloud is where all the momentum is at in that price range. And so now it's showing that we could have a turnaround because we're losing momentum of the downside now. Yeah, the oscillator is super powerful. I tell people all the time, I have, I'm in the Army. Just so you know, my name Army Piper comes because I am active duty in the Army still. I'm about to retire.
Service.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm about to retire. I'm in my retirement window. So part of my internship for transition to the civilian world, I'm working with Chart Prime, right? So, so I actually tell people all the time, I've done 4 combat tours on deployment, and I always carry pictures of my family with me because the things that matter most to me. But now I've added a picture of this oscillator to my wallet. So it's super powerful, man.
Yeah, for sure. That makes sense, man. For sure. Oh, hey, man, listen, I appreciate you coming on the show today, man. Again, if y'all have any questions, join the Discord. All that stuff is in the description. Again, they've got some good holiday sales going on right now. So even if you want to just try it out, just give it 1 month. Again, pretty cheap discounts going on right now. So it makes a ton of sense, man.
Well, there's also a 7-day money back guarantee. So you can try it for 7 days, take a class, see if you like it, and get your money back. And I'm under Army Piper in the Discord too. So if you come over there from John's invite, come hit me up, check me out, and we will talk. We'll show you around. So
yeah, for sure. Sounds good, man. I'll put the Discord link one more time in chat. And yeah, man, I appreciate you coming on. Everybody, thank you for coming on. And y'all stay safe. Everybody have a good weekend. I'm going to go ahead and close it down as well. But yeah, y'all stay safe. Have a good weekend, guys.
thanks, John.
See you, man.
Later.
Later, guys.